A moment arises when you realize that each time you acquire something new or achieve a higher level of comfort, the thrill fades faster than you expected, and you find yourself reaching for the next improvement in the hope that it will finally deliver lasting contentment. You decide you must upgrade your phone or redecorate your room or treat yourself to a special meal, and it feels wonderful at first. Yet you soon notice that this pleasant sensation seems to slip away almost as soon as it arrived. Your mind begins to wander toward another purchase or another way to enhance your situation, leaving you caught in a cycle where each new possession or experience only satisfies for a short while, then melts into a routine that demands constant novelty. This pattern highlights the hedonic treadmill, a concept suggesting that humans adapt so quickly to improved circumstances that the changes lose their power to bring long-term happiness. As soon as the novelty wears off, the baseline of satisfaction resets to where it was before, and the next pursuit is already peeking around the corner. You may catch yourself feeling restless despite genuine progress, and you wonder why you cannot hold on to the delight you felt when you first got that new gadget or enjoyed that special vacation or savored that initial success. Perhaps you find that striving for more can be motivating in small doses because it pushes you forward, but it can also distract you from simple gratitude for what is already present in your life. So you face the tricky question of how to balance ambition with appreciation. The question lingers: if you will always adapt to good fortune so that it becomes ordinary within a short span, then how do you keep your sense of wonder alive without chasing a continuous stream of bigger and better rewards? Maybe the key lies in finding moments to pause and notice small joys or share meaningful experiences with those around you rather than racing ahead to the next milestone. In that quiet reflection, you may discover that contentment emerges more naturally when you stop expecting a sudden rush of excitement to last forever, and instead let gratitude be the anchor that keeps you from running endlessly on the treadmill of your own desires. The Satisfaction Mirage. An odd feeling can arise when you pursue the perfect sense of satisfaction with all your energy, only to watch it slip through your fingers whenever you think you have come close. You might plan an elaborate holiday, imagining it will fulfill every need for rest and delight. But when you get there, some detail feels off or your mood doesn't match the setting, and what you pictured as pure bliss turns into a decent but not flawless experience. You then look back and say you should have chosen a different destination or traveled with different companions, and you tell yourself that next time it will be perfect. This cycle makes it appear that total satisfaction is just around the corner, and you double your efforts to capture it, hoping your planning will finally eliminate all possible flaws. Yet the more you insist on complete, uninterrupted contentment, the more the little imperfections stand out and diminish your enjoyment. Friends might suggest that a small mishap is normal or that a bit of spontaneity adds charm, but you still feel the tug of wanting every moment to line up perfectly. The Satisfaction Mirage hints that the harder you push to engineer an ideal state, the more you prime yourself to notice every shortcoming, which ironically reduces the very pleasure you seek. You start to see how an intense craving for perfection leads to heightened awareness of anything that falls short, creating a self-fulfilling disappointment. Maybe there is a gentler approach where you allow experiences to unfold without demanding they meet some absolute standard, because that softer mindset can help you relax into whatever joys actually occur. The question lingers: if chasing flawless contentment only increases the chances of feeling let down, then how do you strike a balance between hoping for the best and accepting reality's little quirks? Could a bit of flexibility bring deeper satisfaction than trying to plan every detail? You might discover that this gentle acceptance of life's unpredictabilities brings surprising moments of delight, nudging you toward a real sense of contentment rather than a flickering illusion that vanishes the moment anything goes sideways. Diminishing returns. There is a curious shift that happens when a delightful experience repeats, because the first instance often feels magical and new, but each repetition can gradually lose that spark. You might remember the first bite of a beloved dessert when you were younger and how it seemed like the greatest sensation in the world. Yet by the third or fourth bite, your taste buds adapt and the special quality becomes less pronounced. This pattern can appear in other areas too, like the early days of a new hobby that captivate you with excitement, only for that intense fascination to mellow over time as the routine becomes more familiar. The times you might find yourself chasing the initial euphoria, hoping to recapture that vivid rush, unaware that the law of diminishing returns is quietly working against you. Instead of providing the same uplifting boost, further indulgence can feel a bit muted, leaving you with a sense that something is missing or that you need more of the same stimulus to keep the excitement going. You might respond by increasing the quantity or frequency, whether it's playing a favorite game nonstop or spending extra money on more varieties of the same treat, but that brief rush might continue to shrink each time. This realization can prompt questions about whether you should space out your pleasures or explore new varieties to maintain that spark. The paradox arises when you notice that trying to sustain a constant high can lead to growing boredom or even a sense of disappointment, since your mind and body adapt to what once felt like a big thrill. Perhaps the deeper message here is that moderation or deliberate restraint can actually preserve the magic, because it lets you look forward to something rather than flooding your senses until they become numb. The question lingers: how much is too much when it comes to experiences that first bring so much joy? And how do you keep them from turning bland through overexposure? Maybe the key lies in recognizing the natural ebb and flow of excitement and allowing a little longing to build before indulging again, so you can keep that sense of wonder alive. The novelty trap. An intriguing moment of realization can surface when you notice yourself bored with the very things that fascinated you a short while ago, and you feel restless unless you find something completely new to stimulate your mind or senses. You might update your music playlist every week, buy a new toy or gadget soon after the old one, or devour an entire television series in a rush, then crave another series right away. This cycle can become a trap, because each new discovery feels thrilling at first, but that thrill tends to fade quickly, prompting you to jump again to something else. The pattern suggests that you have learned to associate excitement with novelty itself, so you chase whatever looks unfamiliar or advanced. The paradox emerges when you notice that the more you rely on novelty for pleasure, the less able you are to appreciate calmer moments or the simple warmth of everyday life. And you might even become uncomfortable with the steady rhythm of routine. You begin to wonder if this restlessness is robbing you of the deeper satisfaction that arises when you truly settle into something and explore its nuances over time. Perhaps you see that novelty can be wonderful in moderation, yet an overdependence on it keeps you skimming the surface instead of diving into the deeper layers of activities, relationships, or ideas. The question lingers: how can you balance the surge of excitement that comes from encountering something fresh with the quieter but often more meaningful enjoyment that emerges from gradual exploration? Maybe you realize that cultivating patience allows you to discover hidden details you would never have noticed if you were always jumping to the next shiny thing. This insight can guide you toward appreciating a favorite song even after many listens, or finding new angles in a familiar hobby, because you are no longer addicted to the immediate buzz of novelty. With that shift, you might learn to embrace both new and old experiences with equal openness, recognizing that each has its own flavor of satisfaction. The mindless scroll. A spark of awareness may illuminate how your quick fix of pleasure from scrolling through social media feeds or endless news updates can sometimes leave you feeling oddly empty and restless at the end of the day. You might grab your phone whenever there is a spare moment, expecting a burst of amusement or a tiny thrill from a funny video or a piece of gossip, but after doing this a dozen times, the excitement becomes dull and repetitive. You might start to sense that this habit is not providing the sustained enjoyment or relaxation you hoped for, because each scroll offers a fleeting glimpse of something interesting before your attention darts onto the next headline or post. The paradox appears when you realize that what started as a way to unwind or pass the time has become an almost automatic action that consumes more energy than it returns. Instead of feeling recharged, you notice a mild tension or a sense that you missed out on deeper activities, like having a slow conversation with someone, engaging in a hobby, or simply letting your mind rest without constant updates. The sense of dissatisfaction grows if you catch yourself comparing your life to the glamorous highlights of others, which might feed envy or anxiety rather than genuine joy. The question lingers: if the scroll feels so convenient and easy, then why do you often end up feeling more scattered or uneasy than before? Perhaps the answer lies in stepping back and seeing that the mind craves more authentic forms of engagement, such as real conversations, creative expression, or relaxing walks, rather than a steady stream of fragmented tidbits. You might decide to set gentle boundaries around your scrolling, maybe by pausing to ask yourself if you are genuinely curious or just bored, or by scheduling times to check updates so you can enjoy periods of freedom away from the constant drip of notifications. This small change could offer a sense of relief that helps you reclaim attention and rediscover the fulfilling pleasures of being truly present in your everyday life, unburdened by the addictive pull of endless feeds. The Overindulgence Hangover. You might recall the moment when you gave yourself permission to go all out on some treat or activity, whether it was an extravagant meal, a weekend of late-night partying, or an expensive shopping spree, because you felt you deserved a full dose of pleasure without restriction. First, it felt liberating to ignore all the usual limits and simply revel in the freedom of indulgence, but afterward, there was a price to pay, and you realized that going too far can lead to more discomfort or regret than if you had just savored a moderate portion. Perhaps your stomach felt uneasy, your bank account looked alarming, or your energy levels dropped, leaving you to wonder why the supposed treat ended up causing stress, or fatigue. The paradox arises when you recognize that what felt like the ultimate expression of enjoyment in the moment can morph into a regret that overshadows the pleasure itself. You might then see that moderate indulgence could have delivered a more balanced satisfaction, but the lure of letting loose completely was too tempting at the time. This pattern can repeat if you notice that you keep pushing boundaries in search of an intense rush, only to face unpleasant aftereffects that might linger longer than the fleeting joy. The question lingers: if going overboard so often leads to a hangover of one kind or another, what strategy could help you capture the sweet part of the experience without feeling weighed down afterward? Maybe the solution involves slowing down and listening to the body or mind when they first hint that enough is enough, allowing you to appreciate the moment rather than bulldozing through your own limits. That shift could bring a sense of control that does not kill the fun but guides you toward a steady state of enjoyment, and it might preserve the memory of the indulgence as something delightful rather than something that leaves a sour taste once it is done. Goalpost shifting. You might sense a quiet pattern in your life where each time you achieve a major milestone or reach a coveted level of success, you soon catch yourself looking for the next target, as if that original goal was just a temporary stopover. There could be a time when you said you would be satisfied if you could earn a certain amount of money or accomplish a particular dream, yet once you got there, the feeling of triumph faded faster than expected, and a new goal appeared to replace the old one. This habit of moving the finish line can keep you in a perpetual state of striving, never fully letting you savor the victory you have already earned, and making it look like genuine contentment is always a few steps away. The paradox is clear: setting goals can motivate you and spark ambition, but if each achievement immediately triggers the next objective without any real pause for reflection or gratitude, then the joy of success starts to slip through your fingers. You might even find that you constantly compare where you are to where you think you should be, reinforcing the idea that you are still behind in some invisible race. At some point, you might wonder why you never seem to arrive at a place of calm fulfillment, and whether this constant shifting of goalposts is preventing you from recognizing how far you have come. The question lingers. How do you preserve the energizing effect of a new challenge while also celebrating your current achievements in a way that enriches your sense of self? Perhaps the key lies in balancing ambition with occasional rest, acknowledging small victories, and reminding yourself that you once dreamed of reaching a level you now occupy. This reflection can help you see that the real prize might not be at the next goalpost, but in the moment you learn to say you have done well and you are grateful for the journey so far, even as you keep an open door to further growth. The just one more conundrum. There is an instance when you promise yourself you will only take a tiny extra portion of something delightful, like a final slice of cake or one more episode of a show. Yet that little extra can spiral into a chain of small exceptions that add up to far more than you intended. You might tell yourself you deserve a small reward for getting through a rough day, but by the end of the evening, you have consumed far more snacks or clicked through far more videos than you would normally allow. This conundrum arises because each seemingly minor extension feels harmless on its own, yet collectively they can lead to a sense of overindulgence or lost time. The paradox unfolds when you discover that the harmless nature of each extra step masks a bigger pattern, and you realize that your discipline erodes in tiny increments rather than in one dramatic moment. You might feel a bit frustrated when you notice how easily you can talk yourself into these small detours, thinking they will not matter, only to face the cumulative effect that leaves you feeling regretful or disappointed later. The question lingers. How can you maintain a balanced relationship with small temptations when they individually seem insignificant, but together they add up to outcomes you never intended? Perhaps part of the answer involves staying conscious of each choice, pausing to remind yourself that a single extra treat or episode is not truly solitary if you keep repeating the pattern. By seeing this bigger picture, you might find it easier to stick to your boundaries or to set a deliberate limit in advance, so you can enjoy that extra indulgence without letting it balloon out of control. Through this mindful approach, you preserve the joy of treating yourself without falling into the trap of endless, incremental decisions that undermine your broader goals. The Tedium of Abundance. A strange realization can occur when you find that having everything you want at your fingertips can transform a treat into a chore, because the absence of limits makes your once favorite pleasures feel bland. If you are able to order your best-loved meals anytime and fill your day with entertainment around the clock, it might feel thrilling at first, but then you notice that the excitement weakens. You start to see that the act of looking forward to something plays a significant role in enjoyment, and when there is no anticipation because you can access your favorite delight whenever you want, the emotional spark fades. You might even begin to feel irritated that what used to bring you so much happiness now feels ordinary, leaving you confused about why you are not as satisfied as you expected. The paradox here is that ease and abundance can sometimes sap the magic from experiences, causing you to seek something else or wonder what changed. You might recall times in the past when you had to wait for a special occasion or work extra hard to earn a reward, and the satisfaction felt deep and memorable. But with everything so readily available, you sense a creeping indifference that does not match your memory of how wonderful these pleasures were before. The question lingers. How can you revive that sense of wonder and gratitude without artificially creating scarcity or depriving yourself in unpleasant ways? Perhaps an intentional pause or a self-imposed break from constant availability could sharpen your appreciation and bring the thrill back. It might also help to rediscover the personal meaning behind what you are consuming, rather than just letting it float by as part of a never-ending supply. By cultivating a sense of gratitude and introducing moments of purposeful limitation, you might rekindle the spark that made abundance feel exciting in the first place, turning your experiences into genuine highlights rather than routine background noise. The pleasure-pain threshold. You might detect a pattern in your life where certain activities that give you a rush of exhilaration at first also come with a sharper come-down afterward, as though the intensity of the pleasure sets you up for an equally intense crash. This threshold can appear in many contexts, Whether it is the emotional roller coaster of a risky adventure, a fast-paced social outing, or even a burst of intense euphoria brought on by an accomplishment or celebration, you feel the high of the moment, but once that sensation subsides, you notice an emptiness or a mild sadness that creeps in, prompting you to seek the next high just to fill the gap. The paradox is that while you chase the thrill, you might be creating a cycle of peaks and valleys that ultimately leaves you less steady and content than if you enjoyed gentler, more sustainable pleasures. You could find yourself craving that dramatic surge, believing it is a sign of true vitality, only to sense that your body or emotions pay a price each time the wave hits its crest and breaks. The question lingers: how do you decide whether the short-lived rush is worth the subsequent drop in mood or energy? And is there a way to balance your desire for intensity with a softer sense of well-being? Perhaps you discover that moderation in these high-intensity pursuits helps even out the extremes, allowing you to appreciate a smaller, steady boost without crashing into the floor. Or maybe you realize that you can mix exhilarating experiences with calmer activities that soothe you rather than always seeking bigger and bolder thrills. By recognizing this threshold, you can start to manage your emotional and physical states more consciously, understanding that not every spike of pleasure has to be pushed to the limit. There might be freedom in knowing you can still enjoy excitement while also protecting yourself from the steep descent that often follows the highest heights. Adaptation versus appreciation. A subtle shift in perspective can occur when you pause to notice how quickly your sense of wonder fades once you become accustomed to pleasant circumstances, even those you once longed for with all your heart. Perhaps you spent years dreaming of a comfortable home or a certain job or relationship, only to realize that once your surroundings or achievements felt familiar, your gratitude slipped into the background of everyday life. You might recall those first few days of excitement when you stepped into your new place, or the surge of pride you felt upon reaching a significant milestone, and wonder why those feelings lost their power so soon. This adaptation makes routine events of what used to be special, and you might miss out on the quiet joy that can accompany each day if you remain aware of how fortunate you are in certain respects. At times, you could see others striving for what you already have, and it serves as a reminder that your current normal might be someone else's aspiration. The question lingers: if adaptation is a natural process designed to help us cope and function smoothly in new environments, does it inevitably erode our sense of appreciation, or can we keep the spark alive by cultivating habits of reflection? Some find that writing in a gratitude journal or sharing with friends the positive aspects of their day can counterbalance the brain's tendency to take good fortune for granted. Others might occasionally step away from comforts to rekindle the appreciation that arises when you rediscover them after a short break. Whatever approach you choose, the key may lie in remembering that every reality has a honeymoon phase that eventually dims, and it is in your power to reignite a gentle thankfulness for what you have, rather than fixating on what is missing or what could be improved. Over time, you may discover that adaptation and appreciation do not have to be enemies, because you can adapt to a certain level of comfort while still honoring the small pleasures that come with it, allowing a balanced blend of growth and gratitude to color your daily life with deeper meaning. Consumer's paradox. An interesting observation may arise when you look at how your efforts to find the perfect product or purchase often lead to a growing sense of frustration or clutter rather than genuine contentment, especially if you keep collecting more items in the hope of filling a nebulous void. You might begin with a clear goal of finding an efficient tool, a quality wardrobe piece, or a gadget that promises to make life easier, yet soon realize that the market offers endless variations, each claiming to be superior in some minor way. This can lead to a spiral of research and comparison, culminating in multiple buys that do not quite satisfy your initial desire, partly because your attention shifts from the joy of acquiring something genuinely useful to the anxiety of missing out on an even better option. Meanwhile, the possessions pile up, and you may experience the subtle stress of caring for, organizing, or simply noticing the clutter you have accumulated. In this paradox, each added item seems justified at the time, yet collectively they can form a burden, both financially and mentally, turning what was supposed to be a straightforward choice into a messy quest for ever-elusive perfection. The question arises, does the act of buying more and more items to feel more secure or happier actually deliver the promised relief? Or might the satisfaction come more from consciously evaluating what you truly need and letting go of the rest? Some people discover freedom in minimalism, finding that fewer, well-chosen possessions can bring peace of mind and a sense of clarity. Others might still enjoy exploring new products but set guidelines or budgets to avoid drifting into a purchasing cycle driven by impulse or advertising tricks. Regardless of where you stand, the key seems to lie in pausing to reflect on whether the energy spent on acquiring and managing items actually yields proportionate joy, or whether it subtly steals time and mental space that could be invested in experiences, relationships, or creative pursuits. By recognizing the consumer's paradox, you might discover that purposeful choices can provide a deeper sense of fulfillment than an overflowing cart ever could. The always-on dilemma. A familiar tension may creep in when you feel pressured to fill every moment with stimulation or entertainment, as though any pause in the stream of videos, songs, or online interactions would be a wasted gap in your day. You might notice yourself automatically opening a streaming service or social media app the second you experience a sliver of free time, telling yourself it is just to unwind or catch a quick break. Yet you end up scrolling or surfing far longer than intended. This behavior can result in continuous background noise that drowns out the quieter joys of simply existing in the present, such as listening to your own thoughts, reflecting on recent experiences, or having an unhurried chat with a friend without a phone in hand. The paradox appears when you realize that maintaining this perpetual connectivity can backfire, producing a low-level restlessness rather than true relaxation, and you might even sense a vague anxiety if the signal drops or the battery dies. This always-on state can lead you to feel less refreshed and more mentally crowded, as though your brain never gets a chance to rest or process because it is busy absorbing endless media. The question arises, how can you reclaim a sense of balance in a world where content is constantly available? And does true peace of mind require you to carve out deliberate pockets of quiet? Some discover that intentionally scheduling moments without devices or distractions, such as a short walk outside or a short break to stare at the sky, helps them regain clarity and perspective. Others practice a digital detox or set aside technology-free zones at home, discovering that their minds quickly adapt to the stillness and even begin to relish it. Maybe you will decide that occasionally letting your mind wander without aiming to be entertained can yield unexpected benefits, like bursts of creativity, deeper empathy, or simply a calming sense of self-awareness. Ultimately, the always-on dilemma invites you to question whether constant stimulation is truly nourishing your well-being, or whether a bit of calm space to breathe and reflect might serve as a richer source of energy and insight. Delayed gratification irony. A curious moment of realization can arise when you invest significant energy in postponing smaller pleasures to chase a bigger, future reward, only to realize that your fixation on what lies ahead might be eroding the happiness you could be feeling now. You might choose to work late nights or skip social gatherings, telling yourself that all the enjoyment will come later once you have reached a certain financial goal or completed a pivotal project. While it is true that some level of discipline can lead to substantial long-term gains, the paradox appears when the delay becomes so all-consuming that life slips by without the chance to savor simple joys. Instead of feeling the satisfaction of self-control, you might find yourself perpetually in a holding pattern, never fully giving yourself permission to relish the present. Then, when the delayed reward finally arrives, you might feel underwhelmed, or discover that new obligations and hopes have already popped up on the horizon, making genuine relaxation or contentment perpetually elusive. The question emerges: how can you balance the value of planning and restraint with the inherent need for everyday pleasures and connections that sustain you emotionally? Some suggest adopting micro-celebrations along the way, allowing yourself small treats or breaks that acknowledge progress without derailing your bigger aims. Others focus on mindfulness techniques, reminding themselves to enjoy the journey as much as the destination, noticing small wins and wonders each day. When done thoughtfully, delayed gratification can sharpen anticipation and increase appreciation for the prize you eventually earn, but if taken to extremes, it can become an irony that prevents you from ever tasting the sweetness of the moment. Perhaps you can remember that life itself is not purely about efficiency or productivity, and that sprinkling in bits of pleasure while striving for future goals can spark motivation rather than detract from it. By doing so, you might find yourself better equipped to celebrate both small milestones and grand achievements, avoiding the trap of deferring happiness indefinitely in pursuit of a dream that keeps shifting further away. Unmet high expectations. A simple reflection might reveal how lofty ideals, whether in personal relationships, career aspirations, or even daily routines, can set you up for frustration if you lock onto a vision of perfection that reality struggles to match. You might have grown up with the idea that certain achievements or roles would feel absolutely fulfilling, and so you paint a mental image of success that leaves little room for the messiness or unpredictability of actual life. This can manifest in how you imagine the perfect job, only to find that every position has tedious tasks, or how you envision a flawless relationship, only to discover that misunderstandings and compromises are inevitable. The paradox here is that while high standards can motivate you to pursue excellence, they can also generate a sense of perpetual disappointment if your inner ideal is too rigid. You might bounce from one scenario to another, convinced that the next option will finally be the one that delivers on your pristine dream, ignoring the lessons or growth opportunities right in front of you. The question surfaces: how do you keep a spirit of ambition and hope without setting yourself up for endless letdowns? Perhaps the answer lies in adopting a flexible mindset that embraces small imperfections while still seeking meaningful progress, allowing you to appreciate what is good enough for now even as you keep an eye on potential improvements. When you genuinely accept that reality is layered with quirks and limitations, you might find that you become more open to the beauty hidden in imperfection, discovering that certain flaws can bring depth, character, or unexpected opportunities for growth. In that acceptance, you can replace chronic disappointment with a steady sense of curiosity about how to reshape your circumstances to better align with your values. This shift does not mean lowering your aspirations. It simply means allowing reality some breathing room so that your expectations do not strangle your ability to enjoy the present. With that approach, your high expectations transform into guiding principles rather than rigid demands, making life a continuous process of learning and adapting instead of a series of unmet fantasies. The Escalation Principle. A subtle pattern can take hold when pleasures that once thrilled you become the new normal, prompting you to reach for something bigger, better, or more intense to feel the same rush. Perhaps you remember when ordering a special dessert on a rare occasion felt incredibly luxurious, but now you crave not just dessert but an extravagant feast with multiple courses to capture that same sense of excitement. This phenomenon can sneak into various parts of life. The music lover who steadily raises the volume, the thrill seeker who searches for higher peaks, or the shopper who upgrades to increasingly expensive items. The underlying pattern suggests that each successful experience resets your baseline, so you become accustomed to a certain level of excitement, and after a while, you barely notice it. The paradox emerges when you realize that chasing ever higher peaks to maintain that initial thrill can lead you to overshoot your resources, or capacity for genuine appreciation. You might spend more, risk more, or consume more than you originally intended, yet feel surprisingly underwhelmed by what used to be remarkable. The question takes shape: how do you find a healthy approach to growth and novelty without becoming trapped in a cycle where each achievement or indulgence swiftly loses its glow? Some people aim to step back and reset occasionally, allowing their senses and desires to calm down so the small joys can become delightful again. Others practice gradual appreciation, making a point to pause and reflect on the significance of each new level before rushing to the next. A strategy that can preserve the sense of wonder. Regardless of the method, recognizing the escalation principle may help you keep perspective on whether you genuinely need a bigger thrill or if you simply want to rekindle the spark of gratitude and amazement in what you already have. By acknowledging how easily you adapt, you can choose to savor small increments of progress or intentionally explore new angles of familiar activities, resisting the urge to always up the ante. In that gentle restraint, you might discover more sustainable excitement that does not force you onto a never-ending climb toward bigger sensations. FOMO, fear of missing out. A moment of unease can arise when you see people around you posting about their exciting adventures, accomplishments, or social gatherings, and you realize you are gripped by the worry that you should be doing something equally sensational. This sensation, often called FOMO, can push you into a frantic search for whatever you believe you might be missing, causing you to hop from one event to another or scroll through endless feeds in the hope of stumbling upon the ultimate plan. The paradox appears when you notice that your chase to avoid missing out on experiences may leave you too restless to enjoy anything fully, because your mind is always on the lookout for something else that might be better. You might even find yourself attending a gathering yet constantly checking your phone, fearful that a more interesting invitation might appear. The question comes to the surface: does trying to keep every option open prevent you from being genuinely present in any given moment, ultimately robbing you of deep engagement or real satisfaction? Some discover that pausing to reflect on what truly matters helps tame the fear, because it reminds them that no single experience defines their entire life, and missing out on one event does not mean losing the essence of happiness. Others practice mindful scheduling, committing wholeheartedly to a choice once made, and avoiding the lure of second-guessing that can erode the joy. When you resist the urge to spread yourself thin in search of the perfect experience, you might find that you can cultivate richer connections and create your own meaningful moments, rather than being swept up in a competition to have the most enviable highlights. By acknowledging that you cannot do everything and choosing something wholeheartedly anyway, you may discover a new depth of appreciation for the present moment. Embracing the idea that you will inevitably miss out on countless possibilities, but that the life you are living can still be fulfilling, can release you from the anxious grip of FOMO and invite a more relaxed, authentic way of enjoying your time. The Law of Perpetual Desire. A subtle tension might take root when you observe how fulfilling one desire often leads to another appearing in its place, turning each achievement or acquisition into a stepping stone toward the next want. You might recall moments when you told yourself that if only you could secure a certain goal or possession, you would finally feel at peace, but after achieving it, you almost immediately set your sights on the next milestone or item. This constant emergence of new desires can keep life interesting, but it can also create the sense that you are on a never-ending treadmill, always reaching but never fully arriving. The paradox becomes clearer when you realize that even those who have far more than what they once considered enough still find fresh cravings that keep them unsatisfied. Perhaps this cycle exists to stimulate progress or innovation, as people strive to improve their circumstances, but it also raises a question about how to remain genuinely content in the midst of it all. You might wonder if there is a way to celebrate your accomplishments without immediately discarding them in favor of yet another pursuit. Some suggest cultivating gratitude as a way to pause and feel a moment of true contentment before automatically rushing into the next desire. Others propose setting goals that are not solely about accumulation but about growth, connection, or creativity, so that your desires align more with experiences that enrich your inner world rather than just ticking boxes. The law of perpetual desire does not have to mean endless longing if you can observe your wants with curiosity rather than blindly chasing them. Maybe you will find that you can take pleasure in the pursuit without believing your happiness depends on fulfilling every craving. By embracing this possibility, you open a pathway to appreciate both the process of wanting and the moments of quiet joy that come from recognizing you have enough, at least for now. In that awareness, the perpetual cycle of desire becomes less a relentless race and more a gentle rhythm that can guide you toward thoughtful choices about what truly matters. Trophy hoarding. A faint dissatisfaction might creep in if you catch yourself collecting accolades, certificates, or symbols of success without experiencing a deeper sense of personal growth or fulfillment. You could be someone who accumulates trophies in the form of awards at work, high-profile social media achievements, or even physical mementos that signify milestones or triumphs. Yet these items might end up gathering dust while your spirit remains unchanged. The paradox shows itself when you realize that displaying proof of accomplishment does not necessarily translate to an enduring feeling of contentment, especially if you are constantly scanning the horizon for the next trophy to add. Over time, you might discover that what began as a way to recognize genuine effort has turned into a hollow practice of chasing validation. This can happen when external markers become an end in themselves, overshadowing the internal satisfaction that arises from doing something you love or learning something you find meaningful. The question surfaces: if collecting trophies leads only to a short-lived boost and prompts you to go after another symbol, does that cycle truly enhance your sense of worth, or does it keep you tethered to an outside measure of success? Some individuals start to scale back, choosing to celebrate their achievements in more personal, reflective ways, such as sharing the journey with close friends or journaling about the insights they gained, rather than focusing on the trophy at the end. Others may shift their goals to something less quantifiable, like mastering a skill or making a difference for a community, realizing that the intangible rewards of growth or service feel more satisfying. You might eventually see that while trophies can be a fun reminder of past victories, they are no substitute for the quiet confidence that grows when you pursue something meaningful for its own sake. When your motivation shifts away from external tokens, you might find a more authentic joy that no longer depends on constant approval or recognition, making the achievements themselves a natural byproduct rather than the main objective. Spoonful of sugar problem. A fleeting frustration can surface when you rely too heavily on tiny pick-me-ups, such as sweet treats, small shopping splurges, or quick bursts of entertainment to brighten your day, only to realize that these small hits of pleasure rarely add up to deep or lasting joy. You might get used to grabbing a candy bar whenever you feel stressed, or habitually browsing online shops for a small item to give yourself a little boost. Yet after a few moments of satisfaction, the glow fades, and you are left where you started, or possibly with extra guilt if you overspend or overindulge. The paradox is that these spoonfuls of sugar can feel like helpful coping mechanisms in the short term, but they might prevent you from addressing the root causes of your discontent. Instead of seeking more meaningful forms of fulfillment, such as tackling a challenging goal, building closer relationships, or finding a creative outlet, you could find yourself relying on these shallow fixes to patch up the cracks in your mood. Eventually, you may notice that the effect of each treat diminishes, prompting you to consume them more frequently or in larger doses to get the same burst of relief. The question takes shape: is there a way to enjoy small pleasures without letting them become a band-aid that masks underlying dissatisfaction? Some discover that by setting a specific time for a treat, They can appreciate it more fully and avoid using it as a quick escape whenever discomfort arises. Others learn to pair a small indulgence with a healthy habit, such as sipping a delicious drink while preparing for a task they have been dreading, thus weaving a thread of motivation through the experience. Another approach might be stepping back to observe patterns of craving and reward, allowing you to see where genuine pleasure ends and mindless habit begins. Over time, you may find a balance that lets you savor occasional sweetness while maintaining focus on more sustaining sources of happiness, so that these little boosts complement rather than replace the deeper work of building a life that feels genuinely satisfying. Maximal choice dilemma. An uneasy sensation can arise when you stand before a buffet of endless possibilities, be it a vast range of career paths, potential partners, or consumer options, and find yourself struggling to commit to any single option, worried that you might miss out on a better choice. This overload of possibilities can lead to paralyzing indecision or persistent second-guessing, because each selection you make excludes a host of alternatives. The paradox emerges when you realize that having so many choices does not necessarily bring more happiness but can actually heighten anxiety and self-doubt. You may begin to wonder if you chose correctly, or if your enjoyment would have been greater had you gone in a different direction. Even after deciding, you might remain nagged by the fear that you overlooked something superior, preventing you from fully embracing what you have. In the midst of this dilemma, you ask yourself whether the pursuit of the best choice is worth the stress it induces. Some suggest narrowing your focus by clarifying your core values, which can guide you to fewer but more aligned possibilities. Others recommend setting personal limits, like choosing from only a handful of options rather than surveying the entire landscape, to preserve mental energy and foster a sense of contentment with your final pick. An additional technique involves reaffirming your decision after the fact, reminding yourself why you chose a certain path so you can shift your attention toward making the most of it. If you constantly look over your shoulder at the roads not taken, you risk undermining your satisfaction with the path you are on. The key might be recognizing that perfect choices rarely exist, and that your engagement and creativity in a chosen option can often shape how fulfilling it becomes. By curbing the urge to endlessly explore every possibility, you give yourself a better chance of finding peace and happiness in your present reality, rather than dispersing your energy on the enticing, but ultimately dizzying, array of alternatives. Chasing the peak experience. A subtle discontent can develop when you recall a glorious high point, a breathtaking vacation, a breakthrough performance, or an unforgettable moment of emotional connection, and find yourself longing to replicate that same peak over and over again. You might spend days trying to plan another trip that captures the exact wonder of that prior journey, or you might push yourself in your work or hobbies to recreate the triumph that once gave you such a rush. The paradox becomes apparent when you observe that the very act of striving to recreate the pinnacle can reduce its spontaneity and novelty, two qualities that likely contributed to the impact of the original experience. By focusing so intently on the memory of that peak, you risk neglecting the smaller joys and organic flow of daily life, where new moments of fulfillment might arise unannounced. Additionally, your intense desire to match or exceed the previous high can lead to frustration, because external factors or changing circumstances might prevent you from duplicating the same conditions. The question emerges, is it possible to appreciate and cherish a peak experience without letting it overshadow the present or distort your expectations? Some find that the key lies in acknowledging that each moment has its own unique texture, and that no two experiences, no matter how similar, will ever be identical. Embracing this uniqueness can free you to discover fresh wonder in new contexts, rather than confining yourself to the blueprint of the past. You might also learn to interpret those memorable highs as guides or inspirations rather than standards you must constantly meet. Through this perspective, you carry the essence of that peak forward, but you allow it to inform and enrich your ongoing journey in a more natural way. Instead of chasing a comparison with something that has come and gone, you open up to the richness of unfolding possibilities, letting each step reveal its own version of joy. In that acceptance, you find that life offers many peaks and subtle pleasures when you are not fixated on scaling the exact same summit again and again. Comfort zone inflation. A gentle shock can arise when you realize that the conveniences or comforts you once considered luxuries have become your baseline, so that any slight drop in comfort now feels disproportionately distressing. You might recall a time when a simple home-cooked meal or a modest form of entertainment felt sufficient. Yet after upgrading your lifestyle, whether through better tech, more spacious living arrangements, or easier access to goods, you find it harder to be content with anything less. The paradox lies in how each step up in comfort redefines what you perceive as normal, which can undermine your ability to appreciate simpler joys or handle small inconveniences without frustration. Instead of celebrating the steps you have taken to improve your circumstances, you might dwell on what you still lack, or become annoyed when anything interrupts your newly elevated standards. This shift can create a sense of entitlement or a constant sense of dissatisfaction, as the slightest dip below your usual comforts feels unacceptable. The question emerges, how can you enjoy the benefits of progress or good fortune without letting them inflate your expectations to a point where your ability to cope or appreciate is compromised? Some suggest periodically stepping outside your comfort zone, perhaps through voluntary challenges or budget constraints, to remind yourself that you can manage with less and even find unexpected pleasure in it. Others practice gratitude by reflecting on how far they have come and how fortunate they are relative to many others, recalibrating their perspective on what constitutes enough. By consciously connecting with the idea that conveniences are a privilege rather than a guaranteed right, you may rediscover contentment in circumstances you once took for granted. In that recognition, you can hold on to a sense of balance, continuing to pursue improvement or greater comfort without letting it morph into a new minimum that must always be surpassed. This thoughtful approach keeps your gratitude active and your adaptability alive, allowing you to remain resilient and appreciative, no matter how your external conditions may shift over time. Anti-Climax Syndrome. A peculiar letdown can emerge when you finally achieve a long-term goal or reach a milestone that you have dreamed about for ages, only to find that the expected moment of triumphant completion feels oddly hollow. You may have invested countless hours fantasizing about how your life would change once you crossed that finish line, imagining a flood of euphoria and permanent satisfaction. Then, soon after your big win, a graduation, the promotion, or even the publication of a creative work, you notice a quiet sense of flatness or a loss of direction. The paradox reveals itself in how something you believed would be the pinnacle of fulfillment morphs into just another day, making you question whether your expectations were inflated or if you overlooked the nuance that real life continues after any single victory. This sense of anticlimax might even spark anxiety or confusion about what to do next. Now that the grand moment is behind you, the question stands, can you find a way to appreciate your accomplishment while transitioning gracefully back into the flow of everyday life, without letting the post-goal emptiness sap your motivation? Some find that setting smaller, follow-up goals or focusing on other neglected parts of their life can channel the momentum of achievement into fresh pursuits. Others suggest reframing the accomplishment not as an endpoint but as a meaningful checkpoint on a longer journey of growth, thus reducing the shock of the aftermath. It may help to celebrate more mindfully, sharing the moment with loved ones or reflecting on the lessons you learned, rather than instantly moving on. By acknowledging that goals do not automatically guarantee eternal bliss, you can better manage your emotional landscape once you arrive at them. This perspective shift recognizes that while each achievement may fill you with pride or relief for a time, lasting happiness often emerges from an ongoing balance of aspiration, curiosity, and gratitude for each new day, allowing you to cherish the win without fearing the anticlimax that may follow. Possession fatigue. A subtle weariness may dawn on you when the items you once eagerly acquired begin to feel more like responsibilities than joys, as you sense the burden of maintaining, storing, or simply keeping track of them. Perhaps your home or workspace has accumulated gadgets, decorations, and various belongings that at one time excited you, yet now you spend more energy organizing or worrying about the clutter than enjoying any actual benefit. This shift can happen gradually, with each purchase or gift seeming harmless on its own, but collectively forming a mass that can feel cumbersome and draining. The paradox emerges when you realize that objects intended to improve or enrich your life can become unwieldy, turning your once liberating sense of ownership into a subtle drain on your mental space. You might also experience guilt over not using certain items or shame about the money spent, as well as frustration with yourself for allowing accumulation to spiral beyond what you need. The question arises, how can you retain or reclaim the joy certain possessions brought you without drowning in a sea of extra stuff? Some individuals cope by decluttering, donating or selling items that no longer serve a genuine purpose, and then feeling a rush of relief and clarity once the excess is gone. Others adopt stricter rules on future purchases, aiming to only bring in objects that align with their current priorities or values. By reducing the flow of new things and learning to let go of what has lost relevance, you may discover that the items you keep gain new meaning or appreciation. Freed from the fatigue of endless management, you might channel energy into activities, experiences, or self-improvement projects that do not depend on accumulating more objects. This process does not necessarily mean adopting a Spartan lifestyle. Rather, it involves honest reflection on what truly enhances your daily existence versus what merely clogs your surroundings. In that reflection, you may rediscover the inherent pleasure of a few cherished possessions, unburdened by the crowd of unused items that once sapped your attention and added unnecessary weight to your life. The mendacious memory effect. Countless small moments can slip through your mind when you recall the sweetest parts of a past indulgence but gloss over the downside that followed, leading you to repeat patterns that never truly satisfy. You might remember how fantastic that lavish shopping spree felt in the instant you purchased something new and glossy, yet you forget the pang of regret you had later when you opened your credit card statement or realized the item did not bring any lasting thrill. This skew in memory can extend to other pleasures, such as a night of heavy partying that you recall as a great time, leaving out the aching head or uneasy stomach from the next morning. The paradox emerges when you see how easily the mind cherry-picks highlights, glossing over negative aftereffects that could have served as a lesson for better decision-making in the future. You might find yourself diving back into the same behaviors, convinced that this time the pleasure will endure, because your recollection of the last round is shaped by selective nostalgia rather than a balanced view. This habit can create a cycle of repeated mistakes, since you are more inclined to chase that remembered high without properly weighing the hidden costs. If you pause and consider, you may realize that the mind's capacity to rewrite history is a double-edged sword, sparing you from endless guilt yet also robbing you of a clear-eyed understanding of your own experiences. Some people learn to counteract this effect by keeping a simple record of the full sequence of events, including any feelings of disappointment, discomfort, or regret that might arise after a moment of indulgence. Others adopt a habit of mindful reflection, deliberately recalling both the good and the bad, so they can form a more realistic memory that informs their choices going forward. You might also find that sharing your experiences with a friend or a community can help you see more angles of the story, preventing your recollection from becoming too rosy. Recognizing the mendacious memory effect can free you to step off the roller coaster of repeated missteps, allowing you to enjoy pleasures in moderation and remain honest with yourself about the true cost of each experience. Overexposure Paradox. Occasional flashes of realization may arise when you notice how documenting every enjoyable moment for social media or constantly posting updates can sometimes diminish the very pleasure you aimed to capture. You might pause in the middle of a gorgeous sunset or a lively concert to take photos or videos, thinking it will help you remember and share the magic, only to feel disconnected from the unfolding scene as you concentrate on finding the perfect angle. This paradox emerges when the excitement of broadcasting your experiences steals your ability to immerse yourself fully in the present, making you more concerned with others' reactions or the number of likes rather than your own authentic feelings. Instead of letting the scene wash over you in its raw beauty, you shrink it to a frame on your device, and the moment becomes a performance piece instead of a lived reality. In time, you may realize that while you have an array of digital memories to display, the emotional depth of those moments might be thinner than expected because you experience them partly through a lens of self-consciousness. The question lingers: how can you strike a healthy balance between sharing what delights you and preserving the purity of that delight by being fully present? Some individuals set boundaries by designating certain experiences as camera-free zones, allowing themselves to savor the event without any urge to broadcast. Others try capturing a quick snapshot and then tucking their devices away, reminding themselves that a brief record can be enough to spark memories later without overshadowing the actual experience. You might also discover that reflecting on your senses during the moment, focusing on the colors, tones, or textures, creates a stronger imprint in your mind than any photograph could. This approach does not have to mean avoiding social sharing altogether, but it emphasizes the idea that a fleeting rush of online validation may pale in comparison to the long-term satisfaction of having truly felt and remembered the reality of what you witnessed. By recognizing the overexposure paradox, you can regain control over how you balance personal immersion with the temptation to capture every second for an audience. Lust for luxury. A quiet restlessness might stir when you recall how moving into a more upscale neighborhood, upgrading your phone, or treating yourself to a fancier mode of travel seemed to fulfill a craving for something special, only for that elevated lifestyle to quickly feel normal. First, you felt a genuine thrill about the sleek design, the high-end materials, or the sense of prestige attached to these luxuries. Yet before long, you found yourself eyeing an even better model or a more exclusive version. The paradox arises when you realize that the very luxury you once longed for can blend into your everyday experience, losing its extraordinary flavor and nudging you to seek something even grander. You might start to perceive your current status as the baseline, turning the boost you felt at first into a mere memory rather than a constant source of gratitude. This can spark a cycle of perpetual yearning, because there will almost always be another level of refinement or exclusivity for you to pursue. The question presents itself: can you savor luxury in a way that does not morph into a never-ending race for the next best thing? Some find it helpful to limit how often they indulge in specific high-end experiences, preserving a sense of occasion rather than letting them become ordinary. Others intentionally expand their awareness by comparing where they are now to where they once were, thus reigniting a fresh wave of appreciation for the improvements that once felt out of reach. You might also step back and reflect on what truly adds meaning to your life, because while certain comforts are undeniably enjoyable, they may not address your deeper needs for connection, purpose, or personal growth. By acknowledging the fleeting thrill of newness and actively cultivating gratitude, you give yourself a chance to break free from the cycle of lust for luxury. This does not mean you must reject fine things or experiences, but rather that you hold them lightly, aware that their power to inspire joy has limits. Over time, you may discover that blending luxury with humility and awareness can help you avoid the trap of endlessly craving what is just beyond your grasp. The reward circuit hijack. A subtle alarm might ring in your mind when you notice how certain repetitive behaviors, like incessant online shopping, compulsive gambling, or gaming marathons seem to hijack your reward circuitry, urging you to do them again and again despite limited genuine satisfaction. It might start innocently, with a small win or a flashy purchase that delivers a rush of pleasure, prompting you to seek the same high by repeating the action. Before you know it, you could find yourself glued to the same loop, chasing that fleeting moment of euphoria, even while suspecting that it does not fulfill any deeper need. The paradox arises when you realize that although you might feel a craving for this activity, the gratification it delivers becomes weaker over time, leading you to invest more effort or money in a dwindling return. You could feel trapped by a habit that once felt harmless, as though your mind has been rewired to expect little hits of dopamine each time you indulge, even if the overall effect is draining or self-defeating. The question surfaces, how can you break the cycle when your own brain chemistry prods you to continue a pattern that seems to promise rewards but rarely delivers lasting well-being? Some individuals set clear limits or employ accountability methods, such as blocking certain sites or sharing their struggles with trusted friends, so they face fewer temptations. Others work to unearth the emotional triggers or life stressors that fuel the craving, and they seek healthier ways to cope with those underlying issues. You might also attempt to replace the addictive loop with activities that foster genuine engagement, such as a physical hobby, volunteer work, or learning a new skill, giving your reward system a more balanced array of inputs. While this process can feel challenging, recognizing the reward circuit hijack is the first step, because it reminds you that you are not weak or foolish for getting stuck. Your brain is responding to powerful cues designed to keep you hooked. Armed with that awareness, you can gently steer yourself toward a more nourishing path, one that supports your overall growth and happiness rather than confining you to repetitive impulses with diminishing returns. The too much of a good thing axiom. An odd feeling of emptiness can settle over you when a habit or pursuit you once saw as entirely positive, like a healthy diet, regular social outings, or vigorous exercise, begins to consume so much of your life that it leads to stress, burnout, or a sense of imbalance. You might have taken up a new fitness routine and loved how strong you felt, but in your drive to push yourself, you forgot to rest, and now you face constant fatigue or minor injuries. Similarly, you could find that a rich social calendar leaves you perpetually drained because you never grant yourself any solitary time. The paradox surfaces when you notice that something inherently beneficial can turn counterproductive if you overdo it, highlighting the truth behind the axiom that too much of a good thing can become detrimental. This realization might prompt you to wonder if moderation is the overlooked key to genuinely reaping the rewards of your chosen activity without letting it overshadow other areas of well-being. You may begin questioning how to balance the excitement of diving into a positive habit with the wisdom of pacing and boundaries. Some people keep a simple system of checks and balances, periodically asking themselves if they still feel energized by their routines or if they are merely following them out of obligation or obsession. Others invite honest feedback from friends or family who might detect early signs of imbalance before you notice them. By acknowledging the potential dark side of pushing beneficial things too far, you maintain the power to adjust course before the physical or emotional toll becomes overwhelming. Recognizing that even positive pursuits have limits can allow you to rotate activities, rest when needed, and remain flexible, so your life stays enriched rather than constricted. Once you see that maximum intensity is not always the path to maximum reward, you may feel less pressure to operate at full throttle all the time, discovering instead that steady, mindful engagement lets you savor the goodness without depleting yourself. With that gentler approach, you preserve the enjoyment and health benefits that first inspired you, steering clear of the pitfalls that arise when anything, no matter how helpful, dominates your life excessively. If only, fallacy. An unexpected wave of reflection can wash over you when you catch yourself thinking that all would be perfect if only you had a certain opportunity, project, or relationship, only to see how one desire naturally gives way to the next. You might look around and believe that if only you found a partner who truly understands you, landed a job that matches your ambitions, or moved to a place with better weather, your issues would evaporate. The fallacy becomes clear when you recall past times you told yourself a similar story, perhaps about achieving a certain level of income or acquiring a specific lifestyle. Yet after securing those things, you discovered new reasons to feel discontented. This cycle can perpetuate a sense that happiness lies just beyond the next hurdle, driving you to overlook what is already within your reach. The paradox is that while setting goals can spark motivation, tying your fundamental peace of mind to external conditions can delay or even sabotage the potential for real fulfillment. You may wonder if there is a middle path that allows you to dream and strive without postponing your sense of peace or worth. Some approach this by recognizing that each achievement or possession might improve certain aspects of life, but it will not magically erase all difficulties. Others adopt a gratitude practice to anchor themselves in the present, acknowledging the blessings and lessons of current circumstances even as they chart a course forward. This does not mean you must abandon aspirations or settle for less. It simply means you release the illusion that a single change will solve every problem. In doing so, you might discover that genuine contentment arises from within, nourished by perspective and acceptance, rather than exclusively dictated by outer achievements or acquisitions. By exposing the if-only fallacy, you grant yourself the freedom to grow and evolve while also noticing the small and large gifts that exist right here and now, allowing you to temper your ambitions with a calm appreciation for what is present in your life already. Constant comparison. A creeping disquiet can begin to color your outlook when you find yourself endlessly stacking your experiences or achievements against those of friends, colleagues, or strangers on the internet, uncertain whether you are living up to some vague standard of success or happiness. Perhaps you see pictures of someone traveling to exotic locales, and you feel a twinge of envy, wondering why your life is not as adventurous. Or you might watch a peer excel at work while you question your own pace of progress. Over time, this habit of comparison can erode your self-esteem and distort your sense of what matters to you personally, as you spend more energy dwelling on what others have than on tending to your own path. The paradox emerges when you notice that comparing yourself unfavorably to others does not lift you up or make you more driven in a healthy way. Instead, it can create frustration or even bitterness, making it harder to focus on what truly resonates with your values. You may ask whether you could free yourself by celebrating others' achievements without letting them cast a shadow on your own sense of worth. One strategy is to turn comparison into inspiration. You might look at the creative success of someone else and let it spark ideas rather than gloom. Or you might see someone's fitness journey and decide to adopt one or two small habits of your own. Another approach is to practice self-reflection. Identify the goals that deeply satisfy you, rather than trying to match every highlight you see in other people's lives. It may also help to reduce your exposure to platforms that encourage shallow measures of status or curated images that rarely show the entire story. Ultimately, constant comparison can undermine your peace if you neglect to honor your own unique timing and preferences. Learning to gauge your progress by your personal benchmarks, while taking a genuine interest in others' journeys without feeling threatened, can release you from a cycle that breeds envy or insecurity. By embracing that each life path unfolds differently, you allow a sense of calm to replace the restlessness that arises when you look over your shoulder, remembering that you have the power to define what success and happiness mean for you. The Plateau Problem. A sudden wave of disappointment may hit you when the rapid gains you enjoyed while learning a new skill or pursuing a fresh passion begin to slow, leaving you on a plateau that feels like stagnation. You might have experienced an early surge of confidence and excitement as you made visible progress day by day, celebrating each small breakthrough. But as time went on, those dramatic improvements became infrequent, and you realized you could put in hours of practice without seeing a clear jump in performance or understanding. The paradox emerges when you recognize that these plateaus often form part of a natural learning curve, yet the initial burst of momentum can make the subsequent slowdown seem like failure or a sign that you are no longer cut out for the activity. It is easy to lose heart or feel restless, wondering why the reward for your dedication suddenly seems smaller. The question then arises, how do you stay motivated and find meaning in continued effort when the leaps forward are subtle, measured, or temporarily invisible? Some suggest setting mini-goals that acknowledge incremental progress, such as focusing on refining a specific technique or exploring a new angle within your chosen hobby, so you can still feel a sense of achievement. Others talk about the importance of consistency and patience, pointing out that true mastery emerges slowly over time, often hidden in the day-to-day grind. It may also help to reflect on why you started in the first place. Was it purely for external validation, or did you feel an intrinsic joy in the learning process itself? By reconnecting with the deeper purpose behind your practice, you might find renewed commitment even when you do not see giant leaps in skill. Accepting that plateaus form an inevitable part of growth can free you from the panic that you have reached your limit, giving you permission to persist gently. Overcoming the plateau problem becomes more about cultivating perseverance and curiosity than chasing constant dramatic progress. In doing so, you might discover that the real transformation is happening beneath the surface, gradually taking shape until the next tangible breakthrough emerges. Experience versus documentation. A small jolt of self-awareness may strike when you notice the tension between being fully immersed in a meaningful moment and your urge to record it for later or share it with others online. Perhaps you are at a family gathering, a concert, or a scenic spot, and the experience is rich with sights, sounds, or emotional currents, yet you feel a compulsion to snap photos or craft a witty post that captures this special moment. The paradox arises when you see that focusing on documentation can distance you from the present, as you shape the scene for an audience rather than letting yourself soak it in. You might succeed in collecting digital mementos, but you risk losing the unfiltered experience that made the event worth documenting in the first place. Over time, you may realize that you have created a personal archive full of pictures and clips while your actual memories remain thinner than you expected, because your attention was split between living the moment and capturing proof of it. The question surfaces, can you find a balance that allows you to preserve meaningful highlights without sacrificing genuine participation? Some individuals choose to set short, intentional photo intervals, perhaps at the beginning of an event, then put their devices away, trusting that their mental recollection will carry the emotional resonance better than a camera could. Others keep a simple journal after the fact, writing down the sensory details of what they saw or felt, which helps them process the experience while preserving a more vivid internal record. By letting yourself dwell deeply in each moment, you may notice subtle details, like the texture of the air, the tone of a conversation, or the fleeting interplay of light, that no photo can truly capture. This approach does not forbid documentation altogether, but it reshapes your priorities, nudging you to absorb reality first and share it second. In doing so, you might discover that your memories become more authentic and that the stories you later tell carry a personal warmth that comes from real involvement, rather than from curating snapshots for external validation. Ghosts of gratification. A subtle longing may stir inside you when you dwell on a perfect moment from the past, a tantalizing meal, a weekend adventure, or a passionate connection, and attempt to recapture that exact feeling in the present. You might try to replicate the setting, seeking the same restaurant, playlist, or conversation topic, hoping that these external details will bring back the magic. The paradox emerges when you see that the more you chase a duplicate of a cherished memory, the harder it becomes to experience the spontaneous pleasure that memory once held. Instead of relishing a new, albeit different, moment of enjoyment, you may feel let down or frustrated that this updated scenario does not measure up to your glowing recollection. Over time, you might recognize that these ghosts of gratification can linger in your mind and subtly shape your expectations, potentially causing you to overlook the unique joys unfolding right in front of you. The question arises, how do you honor special memories without letting them overshadow the fluid nature of life and its ever-changing experiences? Some learn to reframe their past joys as inspirations, allowing them to guide new choices but accepting that each iteration holds its own character. Others find value in acknowledging the emotions that made the original moment special, perhaps a sense of surprise, curiosity, or heartfelt connection, so they can foster similar emotional states in fresh contexts rather than copying the external details. By doing so, you open yourself to the possibility that no two experiences can or should be identical, and that beauty may emerge from letting each event unfold with its own texture. Gratitude for the past remains powerful, but not as a yardstick that new experiences must match. Releasing your grip on a nostalgic standard can let you notice subtle wonders you might have missed while comparing the present to memory's idealized glow. Over time, you could discover that this approach builds a more robust capacity for gratitude, because you cease demanding perfection from each moment and welcome whatever gift it offers, free from the burdens of living up to a ghost that belongs to another time and place. Sad indulgence. A delicate contradiction can surface when you realize you sometimes turn to little pleasures, like sugary treats, impulsive online shopping, or binge-watching television, as a quick fix for sadness or stress, only to find that the sense of relief evaporates quickly, leaving the original emotions unaddressed. You might recall moments when you grabbed a sweet snack or bought something frivolous to boost your mood after a disappointment at work or an argument at home, then felt pangs of guilt or emptiness soon afterward. The paradox is that while these indulgences can soothe you momentarily, they can also create a cycle of emotional avoidance if you never explore or resolve the underlying tension. You might even adopt a pattern where unpleasant feelings automatically trigger such behaviors, reinforcing a habit loop that depends on external pleasures to manage internal discomfort. The question arises, how can you break out of this loop without denying yourself the occasional treat? Some find it helpful to practice mindful awareness, pausing before indulging to ask whether they are actually hungry, both anxious, or in need of a calmer conversation with someone they trust. By naming the emotion that drives the urge to indulge, you can assess if there is a more direct way to handle it. Others shift to healthier coping strategies, such as a comforting phone call with a friend, a short walk to clear the mind, or a few minutes of deep breathing to take the edge off emotional strain. You do not have to eliminate small pleasures from your life, but you might discover that separating them from emotional needs makes them more genuinely enjoyable, rather than a desperate attempt to mask sadness or unease. By facing your inner states head-on, you may find it easier to decide when a bit of indulgence is truly rewarding and when it merely postpones confronting deeper issues. In that clarity, sad indulgence can transform into a measured choice rather than a reflex, giving you the chance to savor your treats while still nurturing a balanced emotional life that is not built around fleeing from unpleasant feelings. Endless refinement. A careful observation might reveal how your quest for the perfect version of something, whether it is the ideal coffee brewing method, the ultimate smartphone setup, or a meticulously curated hobby collection, can slip from a sincere pursuit into a draining cycle of constant upgrades. You may recall the excitement of discovering a better flavor profile or a new level of efficiency, but after multiple rounds of refinement, you end up spending more time researching and tweaking than actually enjoying the end result. The paradox arises when the pursuit of optimization itself overshadows the initial pleasure, turning what was once a simple source of delight into a laborious process of endless fine-tuning. You might look at others who seem perfectly content with a simpler or less advanced approach and wonder if you lost sight of the bigger picture somewhere along the way. The question arises, does the incremental gain from each new refinement truly justify the energy and resources you invest? Or does it become more about chasing a notion of perfection that keeps receding into the distance? Some try imposing a rule to pause after a certain number of improvements, giving themselves a rest period where they commit to using whatever setup or version they currently have, which helps them test if additional changes are truly necessary. Others practice mindful reflection on why they began refining in the first place, remembering that it was supposed to enhance enjoyment, not replace it, by focusing on the comfort, convenience, or joy that initially motivated you. You can weigh whether each new tweak genuinely adds meaning or if it is simply feeding a habit of restless experimentation. If you find yourself in an endless loop of refinement, stepping back to enjoy what you have may remind you that the perfect is often the enemy of the good. Over time, you may cultivate a healthier relationship with continuous improvement, allowing yourself to embrace the creative fun of small enhancements without sacrificing the satisfaction that can come from embracing a certain level of good enough for the sake of genuine appreciation. Fulfillment blindness. A fleeting sense of irony might strike you when you realize that you have attained certain goals or possessions that once felt like distant dreams, yet you barely notice them now, because you instantly shifted your attention to new desires or concerns. You may think back to a time when you yearned for a stable job, a particular living arrangement, or even a simple improvement in your daily routine, and you recall how you believed it would change your life dramatically for the better. After reaching that milestone, however, you discovered that within a short span, your mind adjusted to these gains, and you found yourself focusing on what was still lacking or what else you could pursue next. The paradox is that while progress can be positive, constantly moving the spotlight to the future can render you blind to the fulfillment that is quietly present right now. The question emerges, how can you hold on to some of the gratitude or wonder you felt when this achievement was still only a hope? Some individuals introduce simple habits like jotting down daily acknowledgments or practicing a moment of reflection whenever they use or enjoy the fruits of their efforts, reminding themselves of the path that led them here. Others consciously slow down to savor improvements, sitting for a minute to appreciate a cozy home or a new tool instead of letting it fade into the background. While there is nothing wrong with ambition and looking ahead, you might discover that a life fueled solely by future targets leaves little space for recognizing the blessings already attained. By challenging fulfillment blindness, you can invite a more balanced view. You still grow and set new aspirations, but you also keep a gentle awareness of what you once deemed a far-off victory. In doing so, you may find that the sense of fulfillment you sought becomes clearer, woven into the fabric of your everyday rather than placed on a distant horizon that you can never quite reach. This awareness transforms each step forward into a source of quiet pride or contentment, rather than another item on a list that vanishes the moment it is checked off. Habituation to happiness. A whisper of disappointment can appear when you pause to notice how consistent sources of positivity, like a reliable friend, a secure job, or a beautiful garden, have become so woven into your daily life that you rarely feel a spark of excitement or gratitude anymore. You may recall an earlier period when you dreamed of having exactly these conditions, imagining how blissful it would be, yet now that they are steady fixtures, they almost fade into the background. The paradox becomes clear when you see that while stability and comfort are core elements of happiness, their regularity can cause you to overlook how special they actually are, leading you to seek more dramatic highs elsewhere. You might start wondering if humans are wired to crave novelty so strongly that the calm satisfaction provided by reliable blessings goes unnoticed. The question stands, is it possible to reignite appreciation for the everyday good things in your life without manufacturing artificial scarcity or drama? Some people find success with short reflection practices, such as pausing each morning to list 1 or 2 qualities in their life they truly value, especially those that might seem ordinary from the outside. Others decide to periodically change a small detail, like rearranging the furniture or trying a new approach to an old activity, to jolt their perspective and notice the positive base they are building upon. If you still feel restless, you may explore fresh challenges or creative projects that expand your sense of fulfillment, but without discarding or underestimating the dependable aspects of your world that quietly nurture you each day. By countering this tendency toward habituation, you can protect yourself from the endless pursuit of novelty, recognizing that real happiness often thrives within a framework of steadiness. When you rediscover the wonder in what you already have, you cultivate resilience against the ups and downs that life inevitably presents, grounded in the knowledge that true riches often hide in plain sight. Embracing that perspective can gently shift your emotional landscape, helping you anchor your contentment in the stable gifts around you while remaining open to new joys that complement rather than replace them. Toxic positivity trap. A subtle unease may arise when you find yourself dismissing or denying any negative feelings in favor of relentless cheerfulness, as if maintaining a bright facade is the only acceptable response to life's ups and downs. You might tell yourself to always think positive, or you might urge friends to smile through genuine pain, believing that negativity should have no place in your mind. While optimism can be healthy, the paradox appears when enforced positivity starts to invalidate real emotions like sadness, anger, or fear, potentially driving them deeper and blocking meaningful resolution. You may notice that close relationships suffer if others feel they cannot share their troubles with you without receiving a superficial pep talk instead of genuine empathy. The question emerges: is it possible that acknowledging discomfort or heartache could actually pave the way for more authentic growth and deeper happiness, rather than clinging to a constant glow of forced optimism? Some find that allowing room for emotional honesty helps them process issues more thoroughly, leading to wiser decisions or necessary changes. Others observe that when friends vent about difficulties, a supportive ear and a shared sense of recognition can feel far more healing than a dismissal cloaked in good intentions. Practicing balance could mean reframing genuine struggles in a way that blends realism with hope, rather than simply plastering a smiley face over every challenge. By recognizing the toxic positivity trap, you grant yourself permission to be human, to explore moments of vulnerability without interpreting them as failures of mindset. This authenticity can foster deeper connections with others who also yearn for spaces where they can be real about life's complexity. Over time, you may discover that acknowledging painful truths does not undermine genuine optimism but actually reinforces it, because the confidence you cultivate emerges from resilience and clarity instead of denial. By opening your heart to the full spectrum of feelings, you empower yourself to face reality head-on and find paths forward that truly honor your emotional landscape, offering comfort and growth in a way that shallow positivity rarely can. Pleasure-guilt loop. A soft rumble of self-awareness might echo through your thoughts when you notice how a simple indulgence, like savoring a decadent dessert or binge-watching a favorite show, can sometimes unleash a wave of guilt right after the initial rush of delight fades. You might recall choosing an extra slice of cake to treat yourself after a stressful day, feeling a sense of calm and luxury in that moment. Yet soon afterward, a nagging inner voice accuses you of lacking discipline or warns of the health or time costs you just incurred. This cycle may repeat often, with each pleasurable impulse leading to an automatic pang of remorse, eventually draining the enjoyment you hope to gain. The paradox arises when you see that while pleasure in moderation is rarely harmful, persistent guilt can sour even the mildest indulgences, making them feel taboo rather than a simple, balanced part of life. You might wonder if you can ever fully relax into a small treat without that overshadowing shame, but the more you try to avoid guilt entirely, the more fixated you may become on whether your indulgences are justified. At times, it might feel as if your mind cannot allow you to simply relish a moment without checking if it meets some unwritten standard of virtue or productivity. One approach is to cultivate a mindset of conscious permission, reminding yourself that a treat can be chosen mindfully, not as a mindless escape but as a deliberate moment of self-care or celebration. Rather than hiding it or rushing through it, you might decide to fully acknowledge the pleasure and the reasons behind it, so you can observe the experience with clarity. If you find guilt creeping in, you might gently examine whether it points to an actual imbalance, such as indulging too often or avoiding important responsibilities, or if it merely reflects a learned pattern of harsh self-criticism. In doing so, you allow yourself to recognize legitimate concerns without lumping every indulgence into a moral failing. Over time, awareness can break the pleasure-guilt loop, letting you choose moments of enjoyment with intention and leaving space for genuine satisfaction. When you see pleasure not as a shameful indulgence but as one component of a balanced, vibrant life, you might discover a gentler, healthier approach to the everyday treats that once sparked an inner battle. The relentless upgrade cycle. A flicker of curiosity might arise when you reflect on the countless times you have replaced devices, wardrobe items, or household appliances, not necessarily because they were broken or outdated, but because you felt compelled to stay current. You could look back on that phone you swapped out despite it working fine, or the clothes you donated even though they were still wearable, all in the name of modernization or keeping up with trends. The paradox becomes evident once you see that chasing each incremental improvement can consume resources of time and money while generating momentary excitement rather than real, lasting benefits. Whenever a new iteration appears with slightly enhanced features or a trendy design, you may feel a flash of envy or a sense that your current setup is suddenly inadequate, pushing you into the cycle of replacing what you already have. In truth, you might hardly exploit all the added bells and whistles of the newest version, but the desire to remain up-to-date can override any practical logic, giving birth to a pattern that seems relentless. The question surfaces, how do you know if an upgrade genuinely serves your needs, or if it mainly feeds a craving for novelty and social validation? Some find clarity by imposing a waiting period, where they hold off on any replacement until they can articulate clear reasons why the current version no longer suffices. Others develop a habit of reviewing their usage. If a device or tool still accomplishes what they value, the lure of a minor spec boost might lose its shine. You might also gain perspective by considering the environmental and ethical costs of constant turnover, recognizing that each item you discard does not simply vanish, but adds to a cycle of production and waste. By pausing to evaluate the true gains of an upgrade, you can break free of a reflexive urge to trade up at every hint of novelty. Over time, you might realize that a product you have grown familiar with can remain both functional and enjoyable, especially if your satisfaction comes less from showing off the latest release and more from using what you own with care and appreciation. The peak end rule. A subtle wonder may emerge when you think about how your memory of a vacation, a social event, or even a difficult challenge often hinges more on a single culminating moment or final impression than on the entire experience's overall quality. You might recall a weekend getaway that was mostly peaceful, yet it concluded with a minor argument or an inconvenient delay, prompting you to label the whole trip as disappointing. Alternatively, a long project at work could feel grueling for weeks, only to finish with a burst of satisfaction that leaves you remembering it quite fondly despite the earlier toil. The paradox lies in how a handful of highlights or lowlights, the peak and the end, can dramatically color your perception, as though the rest of the experience remains a blur, overshadowed by these key emotional notes. This raises the question of whether you can leverage that tendency to shape your memories in more fulfilling ways, perhaps by planning an event to culminate in a kind gesture or a shared laugh. so that the final takeaway glows warmly in your mind. Some try to inject small moments of delight in the midst of a tedious journey, ensuring they build at least one high point that stands out. Others become more mindful of how they handle closure. They may wind down an evening with a quiet, positive reflection or note of gratitude, knowing that the concluding impression will echo in their memory. You might also discover that being aware of the peak-end rule can temper your reactions when a single misstep occurs late in an event, reminding you not to let that moment overshadow all the pleasant aspects that came before. Instead of fixating on a sour ending, you could seek a quick remedy or an affectionate farewell, reclaiming a sweeter final tone. While you cannot orchestrate every part of life, understanding that memory often distills entire experiences into a few vivid snapshots lets you approach significant activities with an eye for how to create uplifting highlights and meaningful endings. In doing so, you honor the subtle quirks of recall that shape how you feel about the things you do, giving yourself a better chance to savor not only the real-time joys but also the gentle glow they leave behind. Irony of effortlessness. A gentle pause might occur when you notice that while modern technology and conveniences aim to simplify your life, removing strenuous tasks, speeding up deliveries, automating chores, there is an ironic undercurrent. You might find yourself deriving less satisfaction because everything seems so easy. You could recall a time when you spent hours creating something by hand, whether it was baking bread, building a piece of furniture, or tending a garden, and how the effort made the final outcome feel profoundly rewarding. With instant solutions at your fingertips, you might achieve similar results in a fraction of the time but sense that some intangible gratification is missing, as though the journey itself has been stripped of its impact. This contradiction suggests that while convenience can free you from repetitive drudgery, it might also diminish your opportunities for personal growth, skill development, or the deep pride that comes from mastering a challenging process. The question then arises, how do you preserve the beneficial aspects of effortlessness without losing the deeper connection that forms when you pour genuine work into something? Some people address this by selectively choosing which tasks to automate and which to do by hand, preserving a bit of healthy struggle for activities that bring joy or cultivate resilience. Others look for creative pursuits that still require focus and time, such as learning a musical instrument or practicing traditional crafts, so they do not become overly reliant on shortcuts for every aspect of life. In a world brimming with instantaneous solutions, there is value in deliberately engaging with the slower path now and then, both for the sense of accomplishment it can generate and the mindful presence it fosters. Rather than dismissing modern conveniences entirely, you can integrate them in a way that supports a balanced, meaningful lifestyle. Each time you embrace a bit of effort, you might rediscover the quiet satisfaction that arises from wrestling with a problem, shaping your own process, and celebrating the fruits of your labor. The result could be a refined appreciation for the efficiency offered by technology, paired with a renewed respect for the timeless rewards of putting your hands and heart into the tasks that matter most to you. Absence of absence. A peculiar realization might come to you when you consider how having constant access to everything, entertainment, convenience foods, climate control, or on-demand shopping, deprives you of the benefits that can only arise when something is temporarily missing. You might recall how special that first warm day of spring feels after a long winter, or how a certain meal tastes far more incredible when you have not eaten it for a while. The paradox emerges when total availability makes it increasingly hard to experience the contrast that sparks authentic appreciation, leaving you in a state where you rarely long for anything because your every whim can be satisfied instantly. Without the absence of certain pleasures, you might lose the keen enjoyment that arises when those pleasures finally return, turning what once felt thrilling into an unremarkable routine. The question arises, how can you reintroduce the positive aspects of waiting or scarcity without forcing yourself into unnecessary discomfort? Some find it helpful to practice small fasts from their favorite treats or services, not as punishment but as a deliberate strategy to reset their sense of gratitude. Others try rotating their hobbies or restricting certain indulgences to specific occasions, rediscovering that the experience feels more vibrant when it is not always at their fingertips. When you engage in this kind of conscious limitation, you may notice a deeper resonance with whatever you reintroduce, reminding you of the unique flavor or delight that once captured your attention. There is no rule demanding you must abstain for long periods or live in austerity, but stepping away from an overabundance of convenience can peel back layers of complacency and let you reconnect with the simple wonder of rediscovering what you love. By acknowledging the absence of absence, you can refresh your perspective on what truly brings enjoyment, recognizing that the contrast between having and not having can be just as important to satisfaction as the possession itself. Over time, you might strike a personal balance that combines modern comforts with chosen moments of purposeful restraint, making each return to familiarity a small celebration rather than just another day of plenty. Perpetual escapism. A quiet reckoning might emerge when you notice how easily you slip into various forms of constant distraction, like streaming shows back-to-back, playing endless rounds of a favorite mobile game, or browsing social media for hours, rather than addressing the stress or dissatisfaction that lurks underneath. You might have thought at first that these activities were harmless relaxation, only to see them become almost a default setting whenever emotional discomfort stirs. The paradox lies in how the more you escape, the less you confront the underlying issues, and yet those issues do not vanish. They may grow in the darkness, making the eventual return to reality even more overwhelming. At some point, you might wonder if perpetual escapism is stealing time and mental energy that could be devoted to real-world change or deeper connections with others. Perhaps you realize that while these distractions offer quick mood boosts or fleeting relief, they seldom provide the lasting peace you crave. The question arises, can you strike a balance between healthy entertainment and the responsibility of tending to your emotional and practical needs? One approach involves creating structured downtime for leisurely activities, so they become conscious choices rather than reflexive habits that mask your deeper feelings. Another strategy is to track the triggers that lead you to retreat into escapism. Maybe it is a tough conversation you would rather avoid or a sense of anxiety about the future, so you can address those triggers more directly. Some people turn to journaling or mindful reflection, where they gently identify the emotions fueling their desire to escape and consider healthier ways to cope, like talking with a friend, seeking professional help, or engaging in creative expression. While stepping out of a comfort zone can feel daunting, you may find that a moderate level of challenge fosters personal growth, helping you break the cycle of running from discomfort the moment it appears. Recognizing that escapism offers only temporary shelter allows you to embrace it on occasion for genuine relaxation, while remaining vigilant about the difference between a calming break and a long-term avoidance tactic. In that thoughtful middle ground, you discover the liberating insight that real resolution and self-discovery often lie just beyond the urge to slip away. The nostalgia paradox. A tender feeling might surface when you recall aspects of your past, simple childhood summers, early relationships, or the culture of a bygone decade, and you find yourself yearning for the perceived purity or excitement of that earlier time. Yet a closer look can reveal that this wave of nostalgia tends to gloss over the mundane or difficult bits you once experienced, leaving a romanticized image in place of a full picture. The paradox is that nostalgia can provide comfort and remind you of values or joys that still matter, but it can also create an illusion that the past was better than the present, blinding you to the ways in which your current reality may hold equal or greater richness. You might begin noticing how easy it is to rewrite history in your mind, minimizing past struggles while focusing on the warm glow of selected memories. This skewed perspective might lead you to resent the present unnecessarily, believing you cannot recapture the magic of that earlier era. The question arises, is there a way to embrace nostalgia's sweetness without letting it overshadow the possibilities and achievements of your current life? Some suggest approaching nostalgia with a sense of gratitude for what it teaches, honoring the experiences that shaped you while acknowledging that memory does not always reflect events exactly. Others find it helpful to merge nostalgic reflections with a renewed sense of adventure in the present, seeking similar joys in updated forms or discovering fresh pursuits that speak to your evolving tastes. You might also become more intentional about recognizing the positives of your current circumstances, just as you do with those idealized memories. This can involve journaling about small victories or heartfelt connections in your everyday life, so you build a balanced perspective that values what you have now rather than pining solely for the past. Ultimately, confronting the nostalgia paradox can open your eyes to how memory and emotion intertwine, reminding you that you can cherish what came before while still forging meaningful moments in the here and now. The result is a life enriched by fond recollections without being trapped by them, allowing you to move forward with both appreciation for your roots and curiosity about the unfolding future. Reinforcement exhaustion. A gentle puzzle may emerge when you realize that showering yourself or others with constant praise, treats, or small rewards for every minor achievement can lose its motivating spark over time, draining the genuine excitement out of progress. You might observe this pattern in a situation where you offer a child a prize for simple tasks or where you celebrate every trivial step in your own journey so frequently that each celebration becomes routine. First, these rewards feel uplifting and encourage further effort, but eventually, they might become an expected part of the environment, no longer fueling the sense of accomplishment or growth that once drove you. The paradox appears when you see that recognition and rewards, intended to reinforce positive behaviors, can morph into background noise that loses its real impact. You could start feeling a mild dread at the thought of having to one-up the previous reward, worried that without constant incentives, motivation will crumble. The question then emerges, how do you maintain enthusiasm and genuine pride without falling into a pattern of overpraising or over-rewarding? Some discover success in reserving tangible rewards for significant milestones, allowing smaller achievements to be acknowledged more simply, perhaps with a smile or verbal encouragement, rather than elaborate fanfare. Others suggest focusing on intrinsic motivation, encouraging a sense of curiosity, mastery, or personal fulfillment, rather than solely relying on external recognition. If you or those around you develop an understanding that growth itself can be satisfying, the need for endless rewards may wane, and each occasional celebration becomes more meaningful. Another way to reduce reinforcement exhaustion is to vary how you acknowledge progress, sometimes offering a kind word, other times organizing a shared activity, and sometimes encouraging self-reflection so that no single method becomes stale. With a little creativity, you can ensure that recognition feels fresh and heartfelt, rather than a predictable routine that numbs the original spark. Over time, this thoughtful approach can help you or anyone under your guidance retain the joy and motivation that springs from truly noticing each step forward, without smothering it in a constant flood of rewards that ultimately desensitize the very drive they are meant to nurture. Motivation meltdown. A ripple of confusion might pass through your mind when you notice that tasks you once tackled eagerly now feel draining or mundane, as if the initial excitement that fueled you has fizzled into a kind of inertia. You might see this play out in a creative project that sparked your imagination early on, or a physical fitness routine that initially brought you energy and pride, but now seems like a chore you avoid. The paradox is that while motivation usually gets you started, relying on the same burst of enthusiasm to carry you long-term can lead to burnout or a meltdown of momentum, especially if you never adapt or refresh your perspective. Sometimes the slump arrives because you have not introduced new challenges or variations, leaving your routine stale. Other times, You may realize the goal you aimed for has become too distant or hazy, leading you to question whether your efforts are worthwhile. The question then arises, how can you rekindle motivation in a way that stands up to the reality of day-to-day work and the inevitable dips in passion? One tactic involves breaking a large goal into mini milestones, so you can celebrate frequent, tangible wins instead of waiting for a distant payoff. Another strategy is to redefine your purpose, examining whether your objective still aligns with your evolving interests or needs, and adjusting it if necessary so it remains relevant. You could also experiment with switching up your approach, seeking a new environment, or learning technique to inject variety into your efforts. If your routine has grown too monotonous or rigid, that subtle shift might reignite the curiosity that got you started. Some people find it helpful to integrate accountability, whether by joining a group of peers with similar interests or sharing progress updates with friends, adding a social dimension that can re-energize them through shared encouragement. Ultimately, recognizing a motivation meltdown for what it is, a temporary dip rather than a verdict on your capabilities, lets you respond constructively rather than giving up. By blending fresh ideas, clear purpose, and self-compassion, you can guide yourself back onto a path where your endeavors feel fulfilling again, reminding you that motivation need not be constant, but can be revived with thoughtful care whenever it wanes. Meaning versus pleasure. A gentle tug of introspection can arise when you realize that certain pursuits, though they might be immediately gratifying, leave you feeling hollow in the long run, whereas others that are more challenging or less instantly pleasurable offer a deeper sense of purpose. You might recall times when you spent hours absorbed in a fun but aimless pastime, only to wonder afterward what lasting value it brought you. Or a period when you tackled a community project or creative endeavor that demanded serious effort but rewarded you with a sense of fulfillment that lingered for days. The paradox emerges when you see that instant pleasure, while comforting, can overshadow the drive for activities that feed your spirit or align with your core values. Yet you also realize that focusing solely on high-minded goals without allowing space for light-hearted enjoyment can become draining or even joyless. The question becomes how to strike a balance where you maintain enough room for straightforward fun while directing a significant portion of your energy into meaningful, growth-oriented projects. Some people carve out dedicated time for purposeful activities, such as volunteering, crafting, or mentoring, so they do not consistently sacrifice their deeper aims to the lure of convenience or novelty. Others pay attention to how they feel after engaging in various hobbies. If the aftermath is a sense of expansion, connection, or learning, it might point toward meaning. If it is mild regret or emptiness, that signals a pleasure that lacks true substance. By tracking these aftereffects, you can refine your routine to include a mixture of quick sparkles of delight and longer-term endeavors that enrich your personal narrative. Instead of judging one dimension of life as superior, you might recognize that meaning and pleasure can complement each other when kept in harmony. Enjoying a playful game can recharge you for your more serious commitments, while your meaningful efforts can generate a sense of achievement that sweetens your moments of relaxation. Understanding the interplay of meaning versus pleasure frees you to cultivate a lifestyle that feels vibrant and balanced, where fleeting joys coexist with deeper satisfactions that give you a lasting sense of being anchored in something that truly matters. Curse of the connoisseur. A light sense of unease can sneak in when your enthusiasm for a particular passion, whether it is gourmet coffee, artisanal cheese, fine wines, or any specialized hobby, evolves to the point where you find minor flaws that once escaped your notice become glaring irritations. You may recall the simpler days when an ordinary blend or a modest version of your favorite item brought you genuine enjoyment. But now that your palate or expertise has advanced, your tastes have also become more exacting. This shift can deepen your appreciation, yet the paradox arises when that heightened discernment leads to constant nitpicking or disappointment. making it tough to simply relax and enjoy something that does not meet your ever-evolving standards. You might even alienate friends or family who feel intimidated by your refined critiques, leaving them uncertain about whether they can offer you anything you will actually like. The question arises, how can you savor the sophistication you have gained without letting it turn into snobbery or a perpetual quest for perfection? Some people attempt a dual approach, allowing themselves to indulge in truly high-quality experiences occasionally while also welcoming more everyday options without harsh judgment. Others set aside moments to revisit the basic versions that originally sparked their interest, reminding themselves of the playful curiosity that began the journey. By balancing connoisseur-level appreciation with a relaxed willingness to embrace good enough, you might find that you can have the best of both worlds, a cultivated ability to recognize excellence and a steady capacity to enjoy simpler offerings. In this way, you preserve the joy that made your passion special without letting expertise warp into a source of restlessness or snobbery. Over time, acknowledging the curse of the connoisseur can help you maintain a sense of wonder, because rather than letting your refined tastes box you into narrow preferences, you continue exploring the broad spectrum of possibilities, from humble basics to exquisite rarities. Your expertise then becomes a flexible tool rather than a rigid prison, letting you adapt your expectations and appreciate the full variety that life offers, from everyday treats to once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Adrenaline habituation. A gradual realization might surface when you notice how once exhilarating pursuits, like extreme sports, daring travel, or high-stakes challenges, start to feel routine, prompting you to seek ever more intense versions just to regain that original rush. You recall the first time you tried a thrilling activity, and how it electrified every cell in your body, only for subsequent attempts to feel less potent, as if your mind and body adapted. The paradox emerges when you see that although you crave the excitement, each success in building tolerance can undermine the very thrill you chase, pushing you to escalate the risks or the difficulty. This cycle can lead to real dangers, both physically and psychologically, if you keep upping the stakes without considering the potential consequences. It can also spill into other areas of life, where your capacity to appreciate calmer, everyday pleasures diminishes because they pale in comparison to the adrenaline spike you have grown accustomed to. The question arises, how can you hold on to a healthy sense of adventure without entering a treadmill of constantly intensifying your exploits? Some find balance by introducing variety into their active pursuits, trying different sports or challenges that stimulate new skills rather than merely amplifying the same risk. Others purposefully step back at intervals, allowing time to readjust so they can revisit beloved activities with a renewed sense of awe instead of chasing an endless escalation. A further strategy might be infusing mindfulness into the experience, focusing on the nuance of movement or environment, letting the full range of sensory details wash over you instead of fixating solely on the jolt of fear or excitement. By broadening what makes an activity fulfilling, perhaps including camaraderie, the beauty of nature, or personal growth, you can escape the trap of seeking bigger adrenaline hits for their own sake. Over time, this approach may help you blend the best of both worlds, retaining your spark of adventure while preventing your adrenaline threshold from towering so high that only the most extreme feats can satisfy it. Recognizing that each moment's intensity eventually becomes your new normal can motivate you to seek depth and variation rather than perpetually teetering on the edge of risk for the sake of a fleeting rush. False, busy satisfaction. A gentle pause might unfold when you look around and see how crammed your schedule has become, only to recognize that much of what fills your days does not align with your core values or bring real fulfillment. You might recall feeling a certain pride whenever you mention how busy you are, treating it as a badge of honor that signals productivity or importance. Yet a quieter voice inside could be asking whether many of these tasks or commitments are truly necessary, or if they serve as distractions from deeper goals or honest self-reflection. The paradox emerges when you see that staying constantly occupied can provide a misleading sense of accomplishment, masking the fact that your time is consumed by lesser priorities. Over time, you may find that this hectic routine saps your energy and leaves you feeling scattered, without the satisfaction you hope to gain. The question surfaces: how can you distinguish meaningful busyness from the false kind that merely looks impressive on the surface? Some individuals conduct a simple audit, listing the main activities that fill their week and evaluating which ones align with their long-term desires or meaningful relationships. Others set boundaries or learn to say no more often, freeing themselves from obligations that do not serve a higher purpose. By creating small pockets of unstructured time, you offer your mind a chance to rest and wander, which can spark fresh insights about how you truly want to use your resources. Instead of chasing every invitation or assignment, you might practice weighing them against your personal mission or the deeper sense of satisfaction you want to cultivate. While a certain degree of busyness can energize you, too much might merely trap you in a cycle of endless motion without progress. Recognizing the pitfalls of false, busy satisfaction encourages you to act more intentionally, ensuring that when you do fill your schedule, it reflects genuine enthusiasm or clear benefits. In that way, each item on your list can contribute to something that resonates with your values, rather than merely padding your calendar. Over time, you might discover that a slightly emptier calendar can actually create a richer life, one guided by purpose rather than by the hollow impression of never having a spare moment. Mindfulness Dilemma. A subtle twinge of irony might arise when you adopt mindfulness or meditation practices with the sole aim of feeling good, only to find that genuine self-awareness sometimes confronts you with uncomfortable emotions or truths you hope to bypass. You might start a mindfulness routine expecting an immediate wave of calm or clarity, and for a while, you might indeed feel more at ease. Then a difficult thought or unresolved issue floats to the surface, revealing that real self-reflection can be challenging, rather than always tranquil. The paradox emerges when you see that turning mindfulness into a quick fix for happiness can undermine its true potential, because the practice may gently encourage you to acknowledge painful memories, hidden insecurities, or unproductive habits. Instead of receiving a steady stream of bliss, you occasionally wade through murky waters as part of the process of genuine inner exploration. This realization can deter you if you cling to the belief that mindfulness should be a guaranteed path to unbroken positivity. The question then becomes, can you embrace the full spectrum of your experience without judging it as a failure when it does not immediately yield comfort? Some individuals find it helpful to redefine success in mindfulness, viewing it as the willingness to be present with whatever arises, pleasant or unpleasant, rather than trying to control or avoid certain aspects of themselves. Others practice guided compassion, reminding themselves that it is normal to feel uneasy or emotional when confronting deeper layers of thought or experience. By softly leaning into the discomfort, you might uncover insights that lead to real growth and healing, a process that transcends surface-level relaxation. Though moments of calm can undoubtedly appear during mindfulness, the bigger gift may lie in the gradual acceptance of yourself as you are, complete with all the tangled or restless parts. That acceptance can ultimately bring a more grounded form of peace than chasing fleeting serenity. Recognizing the mindfulness dilemma means acknowledging that the path to deeper well-being may involve facing truths you initially sought to escape, transforming your practice into something more profound than a temporary emotional bandage. Rarity Appreciation. A flicker of excitement may glow inside you when you recall how scarce items, like seasonal fruits, limited edition collectibles, or fleeting cultural events, tend to capture your fascination far more than the abundant alternatives that are readily available. You might notice that when something only appears once a year or in very small quantities, Its value in your eyes soars, and you go out of your way to experience or acquire it. Yet as soon as that item becomes commonplace, part of its magic evaporates, leaving you less motivated to seek it out. The paradox is that the enjoyment you derive from these rare treats is not solely about their inherent qualities, but also about the psychological effect of scarcity boosting your perception of worth. Over time, you might start wondering whether you can replicate that feeling of heightened appreciation in daily life without relying on forced scarcity. Some people explore this possibility by organizing small rituals around otherwise mundane items or moments, turning a simple cup of tea into a mindful session, for instance, so each sip feels special, or scheduling a weekly day of complete offline leisure, rendering free time into a prized commodity. Others look for limited experiences in activities rather than objects, discovering that intangible events like spontaneous gatherings or unique learning opportunities can evoke a similar sense of delight. A key realization may be that exclusivity and rarity magnify your focus, nudging you to savor what you have while it lasts. When you apply that lens intentionally, you might discover that anything can be enjoyed more deeply by approaching it as if it were rare, turning off distractions, showing full attention, and acknowledging that every encounter is inherently limited by time. This approach challenges the assumption that only naturally scarce things are deserving of reverence, pointing you toward a broader appreciation of everyday wonders. Recognizing rarity appreciation means seeing how your mind assigns extra significance to what is fleeting or constrained, and deciding to channel that same energy into each moment if you choose. By doing so, you can transcend the typical cycle of craving the limited edition or the elusive and instead infuse ordinary encounters with the kind of careful presence once reserved for exclusive finds. Avoidance of emotional depth. A gentle reflection may emerge when you see how easy it is to fill your schedule or mental space with surface-level amusements, making it less likely for you to venture into the deeper territories of your own thoughts or feelings. You might find yourself chatting aimlessly or scrolling through online feeds whenever a hint of inner discomfort arises, hoping to bypass the unease by occupying your mind with something trivial. Although these distractions can provide short-term relief, the paradox lies in the fact that by always sidestepping emotional depth, you risk never fully understanding what triggers your anxieties or longings, and so those feelings linger in the background without resolution. Over time, you might notice that your relationships remain polite but shallow, or your sense of personal growth stalls, because you have rarely invited meaningful introspection into your life. The question arises, is it possible that delving into vulnerability, even if it feels uncomfortable, could yield insights and connections that bring genuine satisfaction? Some people test this idea by allowing themselves quiet moments of solitude or honest conversation, where they resist the urge to escape into small talk or pick up a device when an awkward silence descends. Others might approach therapy, journaling, or meditative practices that encourage them to gently observe their own patterns of thought, noticing which themes keep recurring beneath the daily noise. While the first foray into emotional depth might unsettle you with the intensity of what you discover, these feelings often point to unmet needs or hidden desires waiting for acknowledgement. Learning to care for those parts of yourself can foster deeper resilience and empathy for others who grapple with similar struggles. This does not mean you must dwell constantly in seriousness or forego lighthearted fun. It simply suggests that a life lived entirely at the surface can deprive you of the grounding that emotional honesty can bring. By breaking the habit of perpetual avoidance, you offer yourself the chance to grow more confident about who you are, trusting that you can handle the waves of human emotion rather than forever skating across them. Embracing a little more depth each day could transform your experiences, allowing you to connect and flourish in ways that remain hidden when you keep your heart safely out of reach. The golden ratio of work and play. A small spark of realization can illuminate your routine when you notice how seeking the perfect balance between focused effort and genuine leisure can sometimes slip into extremes, tilting you too far toward relentless toil or endless play. You may look back on times when you were so driven to achieve a professional or personal goal that you cut out all hobbies and relaxed moments, leaving you exhausted and detached from the small joys that refresh the mind. On the other hand, you might recall a stretch when you indulged in carefree fun and let your responsibilities slide, only to wake up with looming deadlines and a sense of unease about your unfulfilled obligations. This seesaw reflects the paradox that while you crave both productivity and enjoyment, leaning too much to one side can make you miss out on the sustaining benefits of the other. The question then becomes how to establish a steady rhythm that respects your goals but does not neglect the human need for unstructured, playful time. Some approach this by scheduling blocks of work and blocks of relaxation, each treated as non-negotiable. Others practice smaller doses of delight within a workday, like a brisk walk or a short conversation with a friend, ensuring they do not rely on a single large break to carry them through. Over time, you might discover that genuine, guilt-free play can recharge your creativity and focus, helping you return to tasks with more clarity than if you had powered through until burnout. By contrast, knowing you have engaged in purposeful work can enrich your leisure, sparing you the nagging worry that you are neglecting important commitments. The golden ratio of work and play suggests there is no one-size-fits-all proportion. Instead, it calls for ongoing self-awareness to detect when you are tipping too far. At moments when you feel edgy or uninspired, it might indicate you need a playful pause. If you sense that your life lacks structure and your goals slip away, you may decide to restore a bit of discipline. Over time, the real skill lies in adjusting the ratio as circumstances shift, trusting that neither endless rest nor constant work leads to true well-being, and that a harmony between the two fosters a more resilient, fulfilled existence. Addictive escalation. A subtle jolt of concern can strike when you realize how easily certain habits, whether it is gambling, gaming, or even social media usage, can accelerate from a manageable pastime to something that dominates your thoughts. You might recall dipping a toe into a new activity purely for excitement or companionship, only to find yourself spending more time, energy, or money than intended, continually chasing a bigger thrill or the next level of reward. The paradox arises when you see that each success or pleasurable outcome raises your threshold, so you quickly adapt to the old level and hunger for something stronger. Instead of experiencing a stable satisfaction, you slip into a cycle of rising stakes, anxious to sustain the intensity of the buzz you felt in the beginning. If you step back, you might wonder whether you truly enjoy these pursuits or if you are caught in an addictive escalator that simply does not have a comfortable stopping point. Some people break this pattern by setting strict upper limits, a budget for spending, a time cap on sessions, or a commitment to log off at a certain hour before they become too swept up in the moment. Others reevaluate the root motives. Are you seeking to numb emotional pain, fill social gaps, or distract yourself from real challenges? Once you see those deeper currents, you can address them more directly, reducing the temptation to rely on ever-increasing doses of your preferred habit. It may also help to bring in accountability through trusted friends or mentors who understand how easy it is to get caught up in a cycle of escalation, offering support if you feel the pull to break your own rules. The key does not lie in demonizing any particular activity, but in recognizing the tipping point where the pursuit of excitement mutates into a joyless chase that leaves you drained. Eventually, stepping off this escalator can reveal quieter yet more enduring sources of fulfillment, like creative projects, community involvement, or even a moderate, thoughtful approach to the same hobbies that once absorbed you. Over time, taming addictive escalation fosters a healthier relationship with excitement, letting you enjoy a thrill without being carried away by it. so your choices remain aligned with your overall well-being rather than just an endless climb towards something unattainable. Cognitive overload. A quiet sense of strain might surface when you find yourself juggling countless bits of information, messages, and mental tasks, constantly checking updates, answering emails, or switching between apps, leaving you frazzled without realizing why. You could feel proud of your ability to multitask at first, but as the day progresses, your mind becomes cluttered, making even simple decisions more taxing than they should be. The paradox here is that while technology and connectivity promise to enhance your efficiency, too many simultaneous demands on your attention can cripple your ability to focus, degrade your creativity, and undermine your sense of accomplishment. You may wonder how much of this information inflow is truly essential, and how much stems from habit or social pressure to stay in the loop. Some people tackle this by scheduling clear pockets of time for communication, setting aside designated intervals for responding to messages instead of reacting to them the second they arrive. Others minimize notifications or organize their workspace to reduce distractions, recognizing that an uncluttered digital environment can promote calmer, deeper thinking. It might also help to block out daily windows of offline time, allowing your brain to process ideas without the interruption of incoming data. By acknowledging how easily cognitive overload creeps in, you give yourself permission to slow down and protect your mental bandwidth. This shift can open space for deeper reflection, letting you tackle tasks with a sense of clarity that is impossible when you are bombarded by alerts. Perhaps you decide to adopt strategies like monotasking, doing one thing at a time, or practicing a simple end-of-day routine to unload your thoughts onto paper, freeing your head from the tension of unsorted information. Over time, you might notice you feel less rushed, that your memory improves, and that you handle complex challenges more effectively because your mind is not constantly switching gears. By resisting the urge to consume every scrap of information and respond to every ping, you break the cycle that leads to cognitive overload, allowing you to harness your attention with purpose. Ultimately, this renewed focus can help you rediscover the calm satisfaction of completing tasks thoroughly and maintaining a steady sense of mental presence in all you do. Happiness as a byproduct. A subtle glimmer of insight might dawn on you when you reflect on how genuine contentment often arrives as an indirect result of pursuing meaningful goals or caring for others, rather than from chasing pleasure as your primary aim. You might recall periods when you focused single-mindedly on your own happiness, trying new hobbies, pampering yourself with various treats, yet found those efforts strangely unfulfilling. Then, in contrast, you may remember times when you helped a friend through a tough situation or threw yourself into a creative or charitable project, only to realize that these outwardly directed efforts left you feeling more alive and satisfied than you had in your pursuit of personal pleasure. The paradox is that while happiness is highly desired, grasping at it directly can make it slip through your fingers, whereas losing yourself in a cause or craft can inadvertently bring deeper and more lasting well-being. Some find this principle aligns with the wisdom of many traditions that point toward service or self-transcendence as pathways to true peace of mind. Others notice how certain daily activities become more rewarding when you approach them with curiosity or devotion rather than simply treating them as chores. You might also realize that investing in relationships, listening, supporting, and celebrating those around you can bounce back to you in the form of genuine, heartwarming connections, something that superficial pleasures seldom deliver. This does not mean you must ignore your own needs or abandon moments of simple fun, but it suggests that a broader perspective might shift your motivation from "I want to be happy" to "I want to make a meaningful contribution," with happiness then emerging as a pleasant side effect. Over time, you may discover that you experience fewer emotional highs and lows, because your sense of purpose anchors you even when challenges arise. In rethinking how you pursue well-being, you might find that focusing on growth, collaboration, or generosity leads to a more stable and profound sense of contentment than you ever achieved by chasing happiness head-on. A life guided by meaning tends to create an environment where satisfaction can flourish, revealing that the quest for personal joy often succeeds when it stops being the only target on your horizon. The search for ease. A gentle realization may surface when you notice how diligently you avoid minor obstacles or inconveniences, whether by relying on delivery apps, delegating small tasks, or selecting gadgets that automate your every move, only to find that your tolerance for even slight challenges diminishes in the process. You might recall a time you felt proud of figuring out a fix for a household repair, yet now you rely on digital solutions for almost everything, leaving you unsettled by any glitch that the app or service cannot smooth over instantly. This paradox emerges when you see that the more convenience you gather around you, the less resilient you might become, making you prone to frustration the moment circumstances demand basic self-reliance or problem-solving. Perhaps you start to wonder if the pursuit of ease can backfire by eroding patience and confidence, prompting you to approach everyday tasks with undue anxiety. Some people decide to voluntarily take on small challenges, like biking short distances instead of driving, cooking meals from scratch instead of ordering in, or learning to fix a minor malfunction rather than paying for professional help, so they can keep their problem-solving muscles active. Others re-examine whether total convenience is always the best route, noticing that a bit of healthy struggle or manual effort can make life feel more substantive. Engaging in these mini-tasks might even bring a sense of accomplishment that a purely frictionless life could never deliver. Over time, you may see that letting small obstacles stand in your way occasionally fosters patience and creativity, qualities that might fade when everything is handed to you in polished form. This does not mean shunning modern conveniences entirely. It is more about balancing them with moments where you stretch your abilities or accept a minor delay. You might discover that a day with a slight measure of constructive inconvenience leaves you more appreciative of the tools and helpers you do have, while also reinforcing your trust in yourself. Embracing the search for ease means learning how to spot the tipping point where convenience transforms from a boon to a barrier against growth, letting you reclaim a bit of that old resilience while still enjoying the best aspects of streamlined living. Polygamous pleasures. A quiet ripple of questioning can arise when you recognize how many simultaneous interests or relationships you attempt to cultivate at once, juggling multiple hobbies, commitments, or even flings in the hope of gathering as much enjoyment as possible. You might enjoy the early thrill of variety, relishing the fact that each new pursuit or connection feels fresh. But over time, you see that your attention is spread thin, and maintaining so many different threads becomes stressful. The paradox emerges when you find that what started as an attempt to maximize pleasure can leave you unable to give enough focus to any single area, creating shallow connections or half-completed projects. In the end, you might feel unsatisfied because you never dedicate the time or emotional investment needed to deepen your understanding or bond. The question arises, does the sheer number of pleasurable pursuits actually elevate your overall happiness, or does it fragment your energy so much that none of them truly flourish? Some people begin to prune their list of involvements, selecting only those that resonate with their core values or spark genuine growth. Others rotate activities and social circles more systematically, giving each phase a period of full attention rather than hopping between them on a whim. By reducing the chaos of constantly dividing yourself among too many possibilities, you can create space for immersing yourself more fully, noticing the subtle intricacies and rewards that come only with sustained effort or devotion. This does not mean you must become monotonous or limit yourself to a single passion. It simply suggests balancing breadth with depth, so that you can truly relish each pursuit. You might realize that quality interactions or carefully nurtured projects bring a deeper pleasure than a fleeting rush gained from novelty alone. Over time, you could discover that your relationships thrive when given consistent care, and your skills sharpen when practiced without interruption. Recognizing the costs of polygamous pleasures can guide you toward a more mindful approach, where you still welcome variety yet acknowledge that not every new interest deserves a permanent seat at your table. This gentle curation of what you commit to can enhance both your sense of fulfillment and your capacity to savor each slice of your life. Downplaying the familiar. An interesting hint of regret might flicker when you think of how you once craved certain experiences or surroundings that now feel ordinary, causing you to overlook or downplay the simple wonders right in your backyard. You might have fantasized about living in a vibrant city or working for a prestigious company, only to find that once those realities set in, the daily grind overshadowed the excitement. That lively street market or iconic skyline that initially enchanted you can slip into the realm of routine, leaving you nostalgic for the spark you felt upon first discovering them. The paradox here is that once something is well within our reach, our minds can become numb to its appeal, urging us to hunt for the next novelty. You may wonder how to recapture the magic that dims once the newness wears off. One tactic is to treat your everyday environment as though you were a tourist, taking deliberate mini-adventures to appreciate details you normally speed past, like exploring a different neighborhood or noticing architectural nuances that reflect the local culture. Others find it helpful to share their environment with guests or relatives who have never been there before, seeing it anew through their fresh excitement. By stepping out of the autopilot mode that says, "I already know this place," you might rediscover hidden pockets of charm in your own familiar world. This practice does not require ignoring real issues or inconveniences. Rather, it reminds you that life is layered, and you can choose to highlight what is beautiful or worth cherishing. Beyond geography, the same principle applies to relationships and hobbies. A long-time friendship or a once thrilling pastime can lose its glow if you slip into complacency. Giving an old interest a fresh spin or trying a new activity with a long-time friend can reignite the spark that originally brought you joy. Over time, you might see that by consciously shifting your mindset and looking closer, the distinction between familiar and fascinating begins to blur. When you stop downplaying the familiar, you realize that many hidden treasures remain, waiting for you to slow down and truly notice them. Through a willingness to look again, you transform your routine into a stage for small yet potent discoveries that remind you how special each day can be. The grass is greener illusion. A slight wave of longing might roll over you when you scan social media or chat with acquaintances who appear to be living dream lifestyles, triggering the nagging thought that your own situation falls short. You may envision that if you had their career, relationship, or location, everything would be smoother or more delightful. But this assumption can overshadow the unique positives of your own circumstances. The paradox becomes clear when you occasionally swap stories with these same people and discover they also yearn for aspects of your life, suggesting that everyone tends to highlight the best parts of their current arrangement while privately wrestling with hidden drawbacks. Over time, you might realize that the sense of dissatisfaction grows not from genuine hardship, but from a persistent comparison that fuels the idea that happiness lies elsewhere. The question then arises, how do you recognize and counter the grass is greener illusion without settling for less than you are capable of achieving? Some approach this by seriously exploring what intrigues them about another person's situation, then attempting to incorporate a piece of that element into their life instead of wishing for a full trade. Others shift their perspective by listing what they appreciate about their current environment and clarifying what is actually missing, so they do not make broad generalizations that feed envy. Through these measures, you may discover that you can enrich your home life or adapt your work habits to bring in new possibilities without discarding what you already have. This does not mean ignoring the genuine desire for growth or exploration, but rather discerning whether your longing stems from curiosity or a distorted assumption that any place or person you see from a distance has no problems. By investigating those hidden complexities, You might see that each life path includes its own set of trade-offs. Eventually, recognizing the fleeting nature of envy can help you foster a sense of gratitude for what is in front of you while still respecting your urge to evolve. Replacing the grass is greener illusion with a measured, empathetic perspective often leads to healthier motivation. You learn from others' experiences without blindly believing your own garden can never compare. And so you cultivate a happier, more grounded sense of self. Overpraising the newcomer. A mild disappointment can surface when you notice how the fresh face in a social circle, workplace, or collaborative project tends to receive an outpouring of excitement and praise, only for that enthusiasm to fade once the novelty wears off. You might recall how a new coworker or friend arrived with glowing introductions. Everyone commented on their potential or praised their energy, yet within weeks, most people moved on to other interests or found mild faults that diminished the initial admiration. The paradox becomes apparent when you see that a honeymoon phase can artificially inflate expectations, setting the newcomer up for a letdown once they are no longer a curiosity. This shift can also reveal how swiftly people's focus can pivot, suggesting that the same pattern may have happened when you were the new arrival. The question arises, if this cycle keeps repeating, can you find a way to greet the inexperienced or the unfamiliar with balanced encouragement that does not overhype them and then crash into disillusion? Some individuals handle this by offering genuine but measured support, acknowledging a person's fresh perspective while also staying mindful that everyone is human, bound to have quirks or flaws. Others adopt the stance that it is best to connect authentically, focusing on what the newcomer truly brings to the table rather than projecting grand potential based on a handful of interactions. Over time, you may see that overpraising the newcomer can do a disservice, either elevating them to a pedestal where they feel undue pressure, or swiftly breaking the illusion when their normal imperfections arise. It might help to gently recognize that new people or ideas have a valuable spark precisely because they challenge routine ways of thinking, but they will eventually settle into the group's usual rhythm. By maintaining realistic expectations and welcoming their contributions with sincerity, you allow them the space to evolve at their own pace, free from the yo-yo effect of early adoration and subsequent disappointment. This approach fosters a more enduring sense of camaraderie or teamwork, because it respects both the novelty a newcomer can offer and the reality that nobody can live in the spotlight of initial wonder forever, creating a smoother integration that benefits everyone in the long run. Accidental devaluation. A quiet sense of unease might bubble up when you realize that showering someone with countless gifts or compliments can, in certain situations, make them feel overlooked or reduce the perceived significance of each token. You might recall a time you tried to express appreciation by praising a friend constantly or giving your partner frequent small presents, assuming this would surely delight them. Yet you discovered that your gestures began to blend together, losing their distinct warmth, or even creating pressure, because they felt obligated to respond in kind. The paradox emerges when what you intended as generosity inadvertently lessens the impact, making your thoughtful acts feel routine or insincere. Over time, you may find that each new compliment or offering gets overshadowed by the volume of similar gestures, causing the receiver to value them less, and potentially leaving both parties confused about why the initial joy has dulled. The question arises, how can you maintain a sense of genuine care and surprise without piling on so many expressions that they become wallpaper in someone's emotional landscape? Some people learn to pace their kind acts more sparingly, making them stand out and giving them room to breathe. Others find it useful to personalize their gestures, tailoring each one to the recipient's specific needs, tastes, or circumstances, so that the thought behind it feels unique rather than mass-produced. You might also reflect on whether your motivation is to show affection or to alleviate your own anxiety about being appreciated, since oversupplying praise or gifts can sometimes originate from a fear of not being loving enough. By focusing on quality over quantity, you demonstrate that you are paying attention to the individual's reality, not just following a formula of constant applause. Over time, a balanced approach of occasional yet heartfelt acknowledgement can carry more weight, reminding the person that you see them as they truly are. Recognizing accidental devaluation can help you preserve the warmth in any relationship, whether personal or professional, ensuring that gratitude, support, and celebration do not lose their sparkle through overuse. In that mindful approach, every shared gesture becomes a memorable point of connection rather than another drop in an endless sea of well-meant but diluted expressions. The seasonal paradox. A small wave of wistfulness can descend when you notice how certain foods, celebrations, or activities that appear only once a year feel extraordinarily cherished, yet risk becoming less enchanting if they extend beyond their usual window. You might remember how cozy it is to sip a spiced latte when autumn first arrives, or how magical festive lights can seem during the holiday season. The paradox emerges when attempts to stretch these traditions into a year-round presence can dull the sense of anticipation and novelty that made them so appealing. Over time, you might find that ongoing availability eliminates the spark you used to feel on that first chilly day or that first glimpse of decorations. This begs the question, could the allure of seasonal pleasures hinge on their limited time frame, making them all the sweeter precisely because they are fleeting? Some people resist the urge to normalize these experiences, confining them to a specific season so they do not lose their distinct flavor. Others practice mini-seasons for themselves, creating different focal points throughout the year, like a month dedicated to a particular style of cooking, or a short break to enjoy a certain hobby, rather than blending everything into a blur of uniform sameness. By allowing some aspects of life to ebb and flow, you preserve a sense of transition that can stir excitement. You might also notice how your mindset shifts as each cycle returns, giving you a fresh perspective on old rituals. This approach does not suggest that you must abandon spontaneity or that the occasional off-season treat is taboo, but it reminds you that the repeating rhythms of life can be comforting when they arrive at their proper pace. Recognizing the seasonal paradox helps you see that scarcity and timing enhance delight, prompting you to embrace nature's or culture's built-in shifts with more awareness. In honoring the ephemeral nature of certain customs or foods, you might also tap into a deeper appreciation for life's changing phases. Rather than longing for everything, all the time, you bask in the glow of each season's unique gifts, trusting that its departure paves the way for another set of joys to appear when the moment is right. Gadget burnout. A subtle strain of fatigue might creep in when you take stock of how often you upgrade or replace your electronic devices, feeling compelled to stay on the cutting edge of technology but eventually losing excitement as each novelty becomes ordinary. You could once have been eager to unwrap a sleek new phone or smartwatch, only to realize months later that you yearn for another upgrade, unsure whether your current model is truly outdated or you simply crave the rush of unboxing something fresh. The paradox here is that while gadgets are meant to simplify tasks or connect you more smoothly, the cycle of constant upgrades can overshadow the practical benefits, leaving you tired of chasing the next release. Over time, you may notice that your sense of anticipation wanes because these purchases blur together, and the features that wowed you at first have become baseline expectations. This begs the question, do you genuinely need each upgrade, or are you caught in a loop that values newness more than functionality? Some individuals curb gadget burnout by imposing a rule to skip at least one product generation or wait until their current device fails to meet a real need before replacing it. Others track how they actually use their gadgets, discovering that many advanced features remain underutilized. By focusing on the user experience rather than the marketing hype, you might find satisfaction in living with a reliable tool that still works well instead of perpetually craving the latest design. This shift in thinking can ease financial stress, reduce e-waste, and free your mind from relentless comparisons. You may also start to treasure the sense of familiarity and mastery that comes from sticking with a single device long enough to learn its nuances. Eventually, you might see that the joy you sought through constant upgrades is more about novelty than true improvement, and that you can find novelty in other areas of life without discarding functional electronics. In this balanced perspective, you remain open to real technological breakthroughs but resist being swayed by the fleeting excitement of mere incremental changes. Over time, breaking the gadget burnout cycle can bring a quieter, more grounded sense of contentment, as you embrace the idea that having the most recent model is not always the key to genuine satisfaction. Confusing pleasure with purpose. A soft pang of uncertainty can arise when you observe how some of your most entertaining or comforting pursuits, while bringing immediate gratification, might not fulfill the deeper longing for direction that lingers in your heart. You could recall weekend marathons of a streaming series that left you thoroughly amused but did not ease the nagging sense of drift you felt about your career, or the leisurely shopping trips that boosted your mood but did not address the emptiness you sensed in your friendships. The paradox emerges when momentary pleasures are mistaken for the kind of purposeful engagement that can guide your life's trajectory, causing you to cycle through fleeting highs without anchoring yourself in anything enduring. Over time, you might notice that you feel increasingly restless, as though each indulgence quickly fades, leaving you to hunt for another distraction. The question arises, can you identify a path or set of values that truly resonates with you, one that goes beyond passing enjoyment to form a sense of sustained meaning? Some people initiate this process by taking an honest inventory of what brings them genuine satisfaction, distinguishing shallow rushes of fun from experiences that leave a lasting sense of growth or connection. Others explore new challenges, volunteering, deep reading, or skill building that stretch them beyond their comfort zone, introducing a flavor of accomplishment that pure entertainment often lacks. While there is nothing wrong with pleasure for pleasure's sake, noticing if it crowds out your pursuit of purpose can spark a reevaluation of how you spend your time. Maybe you realize you can reorder your priorities, setting aside regular periods to work toward a meaningful project or community activity before indulging in lighter amusements. As you gradually center your life around purpose, you might find that small pleasures become even sweeter because they serve as refreshing breaks rather than your main source of fulfillment. Recognizing the subtle difference between comfort and purpose frees you to enjoy harmless diversions without expecting them to answer bigger existential questions. Over time, you can weave both elements together, building a life that balances meaningful aspirations with space for playful rest, ensuring that neither domain overshadows the other and that your deeper sense of direction remains intact. Zero-sum pleasures. A mild tug of doubt might surface when you see how allocating more time or energy to one pursuit sometimes diminishes your ability to enjoy other activities, creating an unintentional competition between your various interests. You may have experienced this if an intense focus on your career caused you to reduce social outings, or if you dedicated so many hours to a new fitness regimen that your creative hobbies fell by the wayside. The paradox lies in the fact that the pleasure you gain in one area can be offset by the loss of balance in another, leading to a net outcome that may not truly enhance your overall life satisfaction. Over time, you might realize that your happiness hinges on a mix of pursuits. So zero-sum thinking, where devoting yourself to one passion automatically robs you of others, can distort your sense of harmony. The question arises, can you chart a path that integrates multiple sources of fulfillment without feeling as though each one must trade off against another? Some people manage this by setting deliberate boundaries, allocating specific blocks of time to their top priorities so that no single enthusiasm grows unchecked at the expense of all else. Others practice rotating focuses, for instance, dedicating a few months to career growth, then scaling back to nurture friendships or creative pastimes. In doing so, They dodge the all-or-nothing approach that can lead to burnout or regret. The challenge often lies in resisting societal pressure to give every waking moment to a single identity, whether that is professional, familial, or otherwise. You might choose to accept that while you cannot excel in everything simultaneously, you can still cultivate a rewarding tapestry of experiences over the long run. This balanced mindset sees your various pleasures not as rivals but as complementary threads that make your life more textured and resilient. If you find yourself sliding into the assumption that time spent on one passion always robs another, you can pause to consider whether that trade-off genuinely exists or if it is possible to adjust your schedule or expectations so each area receives proper attention. Releasing the zero-sum pleasures mentality invites a broader definition of success that incorporates multiple dimensions, allowing you to flourish in more than one domain and find synergy rather than conflict in the interplay between your different pursuits. Gluttony of information. An unexpected sense of mental heaviness might creep up when you realize just how many articles, videos, and updates you consume throughout a typical day, never quite feeling satisfied or fully informed. Perhaps you start each morning scrolling through breaking news, checking social media, and hopping between podcasts, only to repeat the cycle in the evening. The paradox emerges when you see that no matter how much content you absorb, there always seems to be another headline or post that grabs your attention, making you worry you will miss something vital if you pause. Over time, you might notice that far from feeling more knowledgeable, you end up more anxious or overwhelmed, struggling to remember which details genuinely mattered. The question arises, is the continuous influx of data truly expanding your understanding, or is it feeding a habit that keeps you restless and easily distracted? Some people respond by designating specific times to read or watch meaningful content, setting aside quiet zones during the day to protect their minds from non-stop stimulation. Others try digital minimalism, unsubscribing from feeds or newsletters that offer little depth, and focusing on carefully chosen sources they trust. You might also experiment with journaling your impressions after a reading session, which can anchor key insights and weed out trivial facts that only clutter your memory. Over time, these strategies can help you distinguish truly nourishing information from the endless stream of noise, easing the pressure to keep up with everything at once. By curbing gluttony of information, you give yourself the chance to reflect and form coherent perspectives, rather than hopping continuously from one snippet to another. This process does not require shutting out the world entirely. It merely suggests a shift in how you relate to the ocean of data swirling around you. When you discover that a small, thoughtfully curated selection of topics can feed your curiosity more thoroughly than hundreds of fleeting sound bites, you may regain control over your mental landscape. In doing so, you learn that the real value lies in the depth of engagement, not the sheer volume of what you consume, and you can reintroduce calm and intention into a realm once dominated by the fear of missing out. Comfort addiction. A gentle ripple of curiosity might appear when you think about how modern living has made comfort so readily available, from precise climate control to apps that deliver anything you want with a few taps, and how this ease can gradually reduce your tolerance for even minor discomforts. You might recall a time when adjusting the thermostat or stepping outside to run an errand required a small effort. Yet now you might dread any temperature variance or delay that interrupts your ideal conditions. The paradox emerges when you realize that chasing optimal comfort at every turn can leave you with weaker resilience, as you become quick to feel uneasy or inconvenienced whenever reality fails to match your desired state. Some people notice that their threshold for discomfort has dropped in subtle ways, like finding certain tasks too tedious or refusing to step beyond daily routines that guarantee predictability. Others realize they may be missing out on experiences that involve mild effort or novelty because the immediate friction discourages them. If you suspect comfort addiction is dulling your sense of discovery, you might choose to introduce small purposeful challenges, like walking a short distance in slightly brisk weather, or cooking a meal from scratch even if a shortcut is available, so that you maintain a taste for minor adversity and the satisfaction of overcoming it. Over time, these gentle exposures can rekindle a bit of fortitude and a deeper appreciation for life's variety, reminding you that not all good things are effortless. Stepping beyond the bubble of constant coziness can also allow you to empathize more with those who live without such luxuries, broadening your perspective and igniting gratitude for conveniences you once took for granted. Rather than rejecting comforts entirely, a balanced approach might encourage you to be selective. Enjoy them when they truly enhance well-being, but stay aware of how easily they can mold you into someone who balks at anything less than perfect conditions. Recognizing this dynamic helps you cherish comfort as a privilege rather than a default, making each moment of ease feel like a genuine treat and granting you the mental strength to handle situations where comfort is not guaranteed. Disconnection in crowds. A flicker of loneliness may surprise you when you find yourself in a bustling place, perhaps a concert, conference, or party, surrounded by people, yet feeling oddly isolated. You may have assumed that being among a crowd would automatically bring camaraderie, but the paradox emerges when the sheer number of faces makes genuine connection difficult. Instead of fostering closeness, the constant movement and noise can push interactions towards superficial greetings or polite small talk, leaving you craving deeper bonds. Some notice this in large social media groups as well, where thousands of members post fragments of their lives. Yet meaningful conversation can be sparse. Others recognize it in big family gatherings, where logistics and chit-chat overshadow heartfelt exchanges. The core question arises: how can you cultivate true closeness when the environment itself seems geared toward quantity rather than quality of engagement? One approach is to focus on a handful of meaningful conversations rather than trying to greet everyone, intentionally seeking out smaller groups or single individuals for quiet chats that let you dive below the surface. Another tactic might be planning a more intimate follow-up with a few people you meet, shifting from the open crowd scenario to a more personal setting. Over time, you may find that forging deeper relationships in the midst of a crowd requires careful intention, because the default mode of these environments is quick, fleeting contact. It might also help to check in with your own mindset. Are you projecting an image of sociability while holding back genuine thoughts or emotions, out of fear or habit? If so, you might unlock richer interactions by sharing a bit more openly, thus inviting others to respond in kind. In that sense, the disconnection is not merely about the size of the crowd, but also about the roles people assume, moving through the throng as if they are performers rather than participants. Recognizing how disconnection in crowds can arise alerts you to the possibility that people around you might feel the same quiet isolation. By slowing down to truly listen or ask probing questions, you offer a path to a real bond, transforming a mass gathering into a place where meaningful human contact can occur, even if it takes extra courage and creativity. False empowerment. A subtle sense of hollowness might arise when you reflect on certain activities that give you a fleeting sensation of control or confidence, like retail therapy, vindictive comments online, or overindulgent treats, yet fail to create lasting empowerment. You could recall how venting your anger on social media provided a momentary rush, only to leave you feeling uneasy about who read your words or how impulsive you sounded. Or perhaps a purchasing spree calmed your anxieties for an hour before the bills and regret set in. The paradox appears when short-lived actions promise a boost in self-esteem but ultimately do not address the underlying insecurities or challenges that triggered your need for a pick-me-up. Some people attempt to replace these surface-level fixes with more constructive methods of empowerment. For instance, if you notice that you lash out when anxious, you might try naming the source of the anxiety, confiding in a friend, or channeling the energy into a productive task. If compulsive shopping lures you whenever you feel stuck or undervalued, You could investigate whether there is a skill you want to develop or a project you want to undertake that offers authentic growth. By giving your impulses a healthier outlet, you learn to separate true self-assertion from the illusion that a sudden emotional release or a quick pleasure spree can solve deeper issues. It may also help to pause and ask yourself what exactly you hope to gain from an action before you dive in. Are you seeking recognition, reassurance, or proof you can control your surroundings? If so, maybe there is a more direct path, like open communication, skill building, or strategic planning that provides genuine agency. Over time, noticing the cycle of false empowerment can spare you from repetitive letdowns. You begin to sense when you are about to take a detour that offers a brief high but no substantial change in your circumstances. Ultimately, a balanced approach might embrace occasional indulgences or lighthearted rants if they are done mindfully, but not rely on them to prop up your self-worth. By fostering true empowerment through personal growth, consistent communication, and meaningful goals, you can replace empty highs with a more stable sense of self-efficacy. That way, you become less dependent on quick hits of gratification that fade once the initial surge passes, and more invested in real progress that enriches both your confidence and your life overall. The immediate gratification trap. A faint wave of concern can wash over you when you realize how often you choose short-term pleasures, like sugary snacks, impulsive purchases, or binge-watching sessions, over actions that align with your long-term well-being or aspirations. You might note how easy it is to click "buy now" or grab a quick indulgence, convinced it will soothe stress or lift your mood, only to find that the brief satisfaction evaporates and leaves you with guilt or regret. The paradox arises because while these instant pick-me-ups promise relief, they seldom address the root cause of your discomfort, potentially fueling a loop of repeatedly seeking that same fleeting boost. Some people attempt to break this cycle by building in small delays, such as waiting 24 hours before making non-essential purchases or counting to 10 before indulging in a snack that is purely impulsive. Others identify the emotional triggers behind their cravings, learning to pause and ask whether they are genuinely hungry, bored, anxious, or sad. This self-awareness can reveal deeper needs that the quick fix never truly satisfies, enabling a more thoughtful response, like calling a friend when lonely or taking a short walk when restless. Over time, you might see that real fulfillment often requires patience, planning, and consistent effort, but yields results that feel more stable and rewarding. In shifting your mindset, it can help to celebrate progress toward long-term goals, no matter how small the steps. For instance, each time you resist an impulse buy, remind yourself how it contributes to future financial security, or whenever you pass on a sugary treat, recall how it aligns with feeling healthier tomorrow. These mental reinforcements can counteract the strong lure of instant gratification, turning discipline into a positive choice rather than a burdensome sacrifice. You may also discover that many short-term pleasures are still enjoyable if consumed moderately and in alignment with your broader values, instead of used as an automatic coping tool. Recognizing the immediate gratification trap offers you a chance to design a life guided by purposeful action rather than fleeting cravings. Although resisting impulses can initially feel like depriving yourself of fun, you soon see that the joy found in meaningful projects, stable finances, or robust health is far more potent and enduring than a quick moment of gratification that disappears as swiftly as it arrived. Exotic thrill flattening. A mild hint of disenchantment might creep in when you catch yourself repeatedly seeking out extraordinary destinations or adrenaline-charged adventures, only to find each new trip or activity slightly less exhilarating than the last. You may recall how stepping foot in an unfamiliar country initially overwhelmed you with wonder, but after several such journeys, you sense a diminishing spark, as if your internal scale for what feels truly novel keeps escalating. The paradox emerges because while exploring the exotic can broaden your horizons, chasing it exclusively can dull your sensitivity, turning remarkable experiences into just another item on a grand checklist. Some people try resetting their sense of awe by paying closer attention to smaller, nearby marvels, like visiting a less famous natural spot in their own region or exploring the local art scene in depth. Others experiment with traveling more deliberately, immersing themselves in the daily rhythms of a place rather than hopping from one tourist attraction to another. This approach can reignite curiosity about cultural nuances that might go unnoticed when you are fixated on big thrills. Over time, you might discover that depth of engagement often matters more than the sheer novelty or exoticness of a location. You can also reflect on why you crave these intense experiences. Is it purely about collecting stories to tell, or are you hoping to find some shift in your perspective or sense of self? If so, perhaps reading extensively about a culture before arriving, or learning a bit of the local language, can foster a richer bond than skydiving or other high-intensity pursuits. By blending gentler forms of discovery with the occasional dramatic event, you might maintain that sense of awe without wearing it down. Ultimately, noticing exotic thrill flattening encourages a fresh look at your definition of adventure. Real adventure might be lurking in subtle shifts of routine, deeper cultural exchanges, or creative personal projects that challenge you in ways a short-lived burst of adrenaline does not. In cultivating mindfulness around each excursion, you come to realize that novelty is just one layer. Beneath it lies the potential for true transformation if you focus on understanding, empathy, and immersion. This renewed perspective can prevent once-inspiring journeys from flattening into yet another habit, safeguarding the wonder that first drew you beyond your usual borders. Social approval loop. A gentle flicker of unease might appear when you recognize how frequently you check for likes, comments, or applause from others after posting an update or sharing an accomplishment, feeling a lift each time the notifications arrive. You might recall how, first, social media provided a fun way to connect with friends, but somewhere along the line, your sense of self-worth began to hinge on these small bursts of validation. The paradox emerges when you notice that seeking approval can become habitual, pushing you to craft your online presence for maximum praise while neglecting the deeper, offline aspects of who you are. Over time, it can start to feel as though you are living for the performance, constantly calculating how each photo or statement might resonate with your audience. Some individuals choose to step back by limiting how often they check their notifications or by removing the pressure to post daily. Others shift the focus of their social sharing, opting for more genuine reflections rather than polished highlights, allowing themselves to be real about struggles as well as successes. This can attract supportive interactions that spark meaningful connection, rather than superficial compliments. You might also explore offline activities where feedback is immediate and personal, such as volunteering locally, attending a hobby group, or having extended phone calls with close friends, so your relationships feel less mediated by digital metrics. Recognizing the social approval loop can also prompt you to ask what truly nourishes your spirit. Is it the thrill of short applause? Or do you yearn for deeper involvement in creative or community projects that offer a quieter but more sustaining form of recognition? You could try channeling your talents into something not easily quantifiable, like writing a personal blog with the comments disabled, or learning a craft purely for the joy of it, thus reducing the power that numerical responses hold over you. Over time, escaping this loop allows you to see yourself as more than a performer. You begin to shape an identity that is secure even when the crowds go silent, and you develop relationships built on honesty rather than curated impressions. In that transformation, online platforms may regain their place as tools for connection rather than arenas for approval, restoring a sense of freedom and self-acceptance that does not ebb and flow with each ping. The special occasion dilemma. A vague tension might surface when you observe how often you label a dinner, or purchase as a special occasion treat, only to gradually expand this designation until it becomes almost routine. You may recall promising yourself that decadent desserts, pricey gifts, or indulgent outings would remain rare splurges, yet notice you are now finding excuses to treat yourself multiple times a week. The paradox emerges because while calling something a special occasion is meant to preserve its uniqueness, overuse of this label can erode the sense of celebration, making extraordinary experiences seem ordinary. Some address this dilemma by setting clearer personal guidelines around what genuinely qualifies as a special moment, perhaps tying it to accomplishments, birthdays, or long-awaited get-togethers, thereby keeping everyday impulses in check. Others try re-evaluating how they mark an event as meaningful. Instead of relying on lavish purchases, they focus on thoughtful gestures, homemade tokens of appreciation, or creative experiences. By reducing the frequency of grand treats and shifting to simpler forms of acknowledgement, you help preserve that surge of delight for truly rare milestones. It may also help to reflect on whether you are using special occasions as a justification for impulse spending or overindulgence, ignoring the impact on your finances or health. Identifying this pattern can encourage you to find more sustainable ways of celebrating, like planning in advance so that each treat feels earned and well-considered. Over time, you might discover that you do not have to eliminate fun or spontaneity, but you can draw a gentle boundary that ensures these moments remain distinct from your everyday routine. Ultimately, embracing this special occasion dilemma means recognizing that rarity can amplify pleasure. By preserving a sense of ceremony around certain treats, you reignite the original excitement you felt when they were less common. You also free yourself to explore forms of joy that do not rely on constant indulgence, like connecting deeply with friends, developing personal talents, or just pausing to relish a quiet afternoon. In doing so, you create a balanced approach where an impromptu splurge still feels exhilarating, precisely because it has not been diluted by happening every other day, letting you hold on to the charm of celebration without slipping into habits that lose their sparkle. Addicted to the chase. A subtle stirring may occur when you notice how quickly you lose interest once the thrill of pursuit fades, whether in romantic relationships, hobbies, or self-improvement goals. You might recall the rush of excitement at the start of each new venture, fueled by curiosity and anticipation. But see how that fire tends to die down the moment you achieve the initial milestone or secure someone's affection. The paradox arises because this pattern can leave you in perpetual motion, hopping from one chase to another without ever settling into the deeper rewards that come from building upon success or truly nurturing a bond. Some people discover they are more in love with the idea of conquest or novelty rather than the actual substance of what they are pursuing. If that resonates with you, a first step might be pausing to question your motivations each time you feel the pull of a fresh adventure. Are you genuinely intrigued by the new challenge? Or are you trying to recapture that burst of excitement that arrives at the beginning of any new endeavor? Developing awareness around this pattern can spare you from chasing illusions while ignoring opportunities for real growth and connection. Others choose to reframe the chase as merely the first chapter of a longer story. If you succeed in capturing someone's interest, or if you pass the initial stage in learning a skill, the real adventure might lie in exploring what comes after, like co-creating a stable relationship or refining your craft to mastery. This reframing helps maintain motivation beyond the initial high, guiding you to invest in the intermediate and advanced phases, where more profound discovery can unfold. Recognizing the tendency to be addicted to the chase allows you to replace shallow repetition with deeper, sustained engagement. By understanding that real satisfaction can blossom only if you remain present after the thrill of newness wears off, you open the door to experiences marked by growth, collaboration, and lasting fulfillment. Over time, you might learn that the quiet appreciation you feel for something cultivated over months or years surpasses the fleeting euphoria of those early days. In shifting your focus, you let go of the endless search for novelty and discover how rich life can be when you genuinely commit to something beyond the initial spark. The stress of overchoice. A quiet strain could reveal itself when you are confronted with an overwhelming array of options, like scrolling through endless titles on a streaming service, browsing too many product variations, or analyzing every possible route to meet your goals, leaving you drained rather than empowered. Although it might seem that having countless choices liberates you, the paradox arises when the sheer abundance results in decision fatigue, paralyzing you with the fear of making the wrong selection. You could end up second-guessing yourself even after choosing, haunted by the suspicion that another option would have been better. If you feel the weight of overchoice, one strategy is to impose personal limits. For instance, pick 3 appealing films instead of searching the entire catalog, or narrow your job searches to a handful of relevant positions. Another approach is to define the most important criteria before you dive into comparisons. Knowing what truly matters to you can weed out dozens of possibilities that are nice but not essential. Some people also find peace in trusting a simple heuristic, such as the first solution that meets your top needs, instead of analyzing every single angle. This method can help you exit the decision loop more swiftly, and any minor regret can be tempered by the relief of moving forward. Over time, you might realize that setting boundaries around how many choices you consider not only prevents mental exhaustion but also grants you a clearer sense of direction. Rather than scattering your focus, you home in on a few worthy candidates and learn to appreciate them more. This can free you from the perpetual what-if scenarios that keep your mind unsettled. The next step is to embrace satisfaction with your decision, resisting the urge to compare your final pick to every possible alternative, which reinforces that the process of simplifying can bring genuine contentment. Ultimately, acknowledging the stress of overchoice means you give yourself permission to be selective without chasing the illusion of absolute perfection. The complexity of life rarely allows for an indisputably best option, so letting go of total certainty can be liberating. Instead of drowning in infinite variations, you cultivate a mindful approach that values decisive action and reflection over endless browsing, enabling you to spend more energy on enjoying what you choose rather than endlessly searching for something better. Procrastination panic. A creeping sense of alarm might tighten your chest when you reflect on how often you delay important tasks by engaging in idle comforts or minor diversions, until the looming deadline provokes a frantic scramble. You may recall making repeated vows to yourself, promising to start early next time, yet somehow drifting into the same pattern. The paradox emerges because procrastination initially feels like relief. Avoiding an intimidating project spares you short-term stress, but in the long run, you experience magnified anxiety as the undone task hovers over you, culminating in a final rush that leaves you exhausted and possibly disappointed in the rushed outcome. Some people try breaking large tasks into smaller steps, committing to a single, easy action to overcome the daunting scope. This can transform procrastination panic into gradual progress, as each tiny success builds momentum and confidence. Others establish accountability structures, like partnering with a friend or colleague who checks in on your progress, or using a timer to allocate strict work intervals followed by short breaks. By formalizing how and when you work, you reduce the temptation to slip into passive activities until panic sets in. It may help to question the root causes fueling your procrastination. Are you avoiding the risk of failing at something you care about? Or do you find the task inherently tedious and lack motivation? Answering these questions can guide you toward solutions, such as seeking clarity if you are unsure of the steps involved or looking for ways to reframe the project as meaningful or skill-building. If anxiety about imperfection is the culprit, Remind yourself that early, imperfect drafts leave room for improvement, whereas last-minute dashes limit your chance to refine. Overcoming procrastination panic does not require instant mastery of discipline. It often starts with small changes that eventually evolve into new habits. By confronting the urge to delay head-on and repeatedly proving to yourself that starting sooner eases your mental burden, you can break the cycle. It may also help to celebrate minor milestones along the way, replacing the dread of looming deadlines with a growing sense of achievement. Ultimately, freeing yourself from procrastination's grasp grants you the freedom to invest your energies where they truly matter. Discovering that calmer, more intentional effort enhances both the quality of your work and your peace of mind. The unbearable lightness of being. A faint restlessness might take hold when you realize that, despite having ample freedom and few concrete pressures in your life, you feel an eerie sense of weightlessness, a lack of deep purpose or grounding. You might remember longing for a time when responsibilities would lessen, imagining how peaceful it would be, only to discover that too few constraints can breed a disorienting emptiness. This paradox suggests that while constraints can be stressful, they also give shape and direction to your days, and removing them entirely can leave you drifting without a sense of meaningful orientation. Some people initially welcome an open schedule or a job with minimal oversight, hoping to unleash their creativity, only to flounder in the absence of clear goals or limits. If this rings true, you might find relief by imposing self-directed structures, like setting personal deadlines, mapping out daily tasks, or engaging in community or group projects where your contributions matter. Others cultivate a purpose by volunteering, learning a new skill, or taking on short-term challenges that reintroduce some sense of responsibility. Over time, you may realize that the freedom you desired is more satisfying when it coexists with self-chosen boundaries that anchor your momentum. It may also help to reflect on what genuinely excites you or gives you a sense of direction, beyond simply having free time. Are there personal dreams, creative visions, or social causes that animate your passion? Allowing these calls to guide your schedule can fill the void, providing a reason to wake up eager rather than unmoored. If you find yourself uncertain about what stirs you, experimenting with different activities, however modest, can help you identify sparks of inspiration you did not know existed. Embracing the unbearable lightness of being means acknowledging that total freedom can feel oppressive if it lacks a guiding thread of meaning. Rather than concluding that something is wrong with your situation, you might interpret these uncomfortable feelings as an invitation to design a life where the limits you choose reflect your values and aspirations. In weaving personal intention into your everyday routine, you transform what could be an aimless float into a purposeful journey, discovering that real happiness often emerges not in absolute openness, but in the interplay between autonomy and the commitments that enrich your days. Vicarious pleasure drain. A quiet confusion may set in when you realize that spending too much time watching other people live out their dreams, through travel vlogs, reality shows, or glamorous social media feeds, can sap your own motivation to seek genuine adventures. You might recall how at first, you found inspiration in seeing someone backpack across beautiful landscapes or celebrate a luxurious lifestyle, but over time, you noticed yourself settling for the passive excitement of their journey rather than pursuing your own. The paradox appears because living vicariously feels stimulating, yet it can become a substitute for real engagement, leaving you feeling oddly empty once the screen goes dark. Some individuals decide to limit their consumption of such content, noticing how this prompts them to fill their time with more active forms of exploration, whether that means planning actual trips, diving into new hobbies, or connecting with friends for shared experiences. Others try using these videos or posts as a launching pad. If you see a breathtaking hike online, you might search for a local trail to tackle, aiming to turn your curiosity into tangible steps. By transitioning from observer to participant, You recapture the true thrill that secondhand viewing can never fully replicate. It may also help to question whether the polished images you see accurately depict reality, especially if they gloss over struggles, expenses, or mundane moments. Recognizing that highlights do not show the whole story may dissolve some of the illusion that everyone else's life is a constant parade of excitement. This shift can reduce envy and remind you that forging your own path, even if it involves some dull or difficult parts, can yield a more authentic sense of progress than living in someone else's highlight reel. Ultimately, escaping vicarious pleasure drain involves striking a balance between drawing inspiration from others and actively shaping your own experiences. There is nothing wrong with enjoying glimpses of distant places or seeing how others cultivate their passions, but the real transformation comes when you channel that energy into personal initiatives. Over time, you might look back on tangible memories, like the day you learned a new skill or visited a local gem, and realize that these are the moments that truly enrich your life, far beyond anything you could glean from simply watching someone else's story play out on a screen. Boundary collapse. A slight feeling of claustrophobia might creep in when your personal space or free time becomes blurred with work responsibilities, social obligations, or digital intrusions that never seem to switch off. Perhaps your phone pings at all hours with job-related messages, or your social circle expects instant replies and continuous availability. The paradox lies in how trying to be everywhere and responsive to everyone can end up eroding your sense of autonomy, as each boundary you once had, like dedicated rest time or private moments, collapses under the pressure to remain perpetually connected. Some people address this by reclaiming certain zones of their life. For instance, designating times of day to unplug from work emails or limiting which friends have immediate access to them during off hours. Others set clear signals, a closed door, a silent phone, to let those around them know they are momentarily unavailable. You might also define physical boundaries, like avoiding bringing work into the bedroom, so your mind can associate that space with relaxation alone. Over time, these small gestures remind you that you are allowed to protect your mental space, no matter how urgent or casual others' expectations might feel. It can help to reflect on whether your fear of missing out or letting someone down is driving you to overextend. In some cases, you may find that you rarely say no or ask for a pause, believing others will interpret this as neglect or weakness. Yet honest communication, stating that you will be offline after a certain hour or that you will respond within a reasonable time frame, can establish a healthier rhythm without significantly damaging relationships or performance. Recognizing boundary collapse encourages you to rebuild the lines between personal life and communal demands, ensuring that the best parts of modern connectivity and social bonding do not drown out your well-being. You might even discover that when you define and respect your own boundaries, people respect you more, rather than less, because you exhibit self-care and clarity. In forging these divisions, you create enough breathing room to engage wholeheartedly when you are available, and to recharge properly when you need solitude, thus avoiding the burnout and resentment that arise when no corner of your life is truly your own. Romantic idealization. A subtle sense of letdown might follow the early stages of a romantic bond if you lavishly idealize your partner, picturing them as flawless or believing they complete you in every way. Initially, this starry-eyed view can feel euphoric, feeding you visions of a storybook connection. Yet the paradox arises when the inevitable nuances of real human behavior appear. An argument, a frustrating quirk, or a moment of inattentiveness, and you feel the sting of disappointment that they are not the perfect figure you imagined. Over time, such idealization can strain the relationship if you cling to the fantasy, leaving little space for genuine acceptance of who the other person truly is. Some couples find it helpful to discuss their expectations openly, acknowledging that each individual brings a mix of strengths and flaws to the table. Rather than conflating romantic love with perpetual harmony, You can reframe minor conflicts or differences as normal aspects of sharing a life with another human being. Others recommend focusing on active communication and empathy, striving to understand how your partner thinks and feels, rather than projecting onto them the qualities you wish they had. This approach fosters a more robust bond built on reality rather than illusions. It can also benefit you to examine why you desire such an ideal. Do you fear confronting the messy parts of love? Or do you hope someone else's perfection will fill an unmet need within you? Facing these questions might inspire you to work on self-growth or clarify your own values, so you rely less on a partner's perceived flawlessness for fulfillment. Learning to enjoy a loved one's imperfections does not mean settling. Instead, it involves recognizing that real intimacy flourishes when two people feel safe enough to reveal their true selves, including rough edges and vulnerabilities. Ultimately, breaking free from romantic idealization paves the way for a deeper connection, because genuine affection grows stronger when tested by disagreements and resolved misunderstandings. Accepting that your partner is not a fantasy but a whole person, with their own inner landscape and occasional missteps, can ease the cycle of soaring hopes and sharp disappointments. In embracing this realistic yet caring perspective, you discover that true romantic harmony arises not from perfection, but from learning and supporting each other's evolving selves, step by step. Meaningful sacrifice. A subtle realization might dawn on you when you see how relinquishing a comfort or a cherished indulgence for a higher purpose can paradoxically bring a deeper sense of fulfillment than any quick fix or fleeting pleasure. Perhaps you recall a time you donated a prized possession or dedicated a chunk of your free time to help someone else, expecting to feel deprived but instead discovering a profound uplift. The paradox emerges because while sacrifice suggests loss, you often gain perspective and a richer appreciation for what remains. So, navigating which sacrifices are truly meaningful can pose a challenge. You might worry that giving too much leaves you resentful or drained, and giving too little feels hollow. So the question is how to find a balance that nurtures both self and others. One approach is to connect each sacrifice to clear values. If you believe in environmental stewardship, for example, cutting back on conveniences that strain the planet can feel significant, whereas random acts of deprivation might not bring the same sense of purpose. Others focus on the personal growth angle. When you voluntarily give up a luxury or comfort zone, you sharpen your resilience and empathy, learning to cope with smaller discomforts so that genuine hardship becomes less overwhelming. If your motivation stems from guilt or social pressure, the act may feel forced, overshadowing the potential joy of contributing something meaningful. On the other hand, if you freely choose to sacrifice for a cause that resonates with you, like reducing screen time to be more present with loved ones, or allocating money saved on treats to support a worthy charity, the experience transforms into a source of inner alignment rather than mere denial. Over time, you may realize that the real value of a sacrifice lies not in suffering but in consciously refocusing your priorities, reinforcing what you stand for, and discovering an unexpected sense of connection with others who share similar beliefs. When approached thoughtfully, meaningful sacrifice can liberate you from the grip of trivial wants, deepening your sense of gratitude for what you do have and kindling a humble pride that you have contributed to something larger. By consistently discerning which sacrifices matter most, you create a life marked by deliberate choices that blend personal well-being with a broader sense of purpose, proving that even in letting go, you can gain far more than you lose. The cultural conformity paradox. A gentle question may arise when you notice how strongly cultural norms shape your decisions, even as you tell yourself that you prize individuality. Perhaps you sense an urge to follow popular trends in fashion or technology, believing these choices reflect your personal taste. Yet you might later wonder if social pressure has a stronger hold than you care to admit. The paradox lies in how conforming to expectations can grant you acceptance and a smooth social path, while stifling your uniqueness or genuine preferences. If you rebel by doing the exact opposite of what is standard, you may still be trapped in a reactive stance, defining yourself against the group rather than on your own terms. Some people navigate this by regularly questioning why they hold particular opinions or consume certain products, trying to distinguish what genuinely resonates with their values from what they do merely to fit in or stand out. Others seek smaller subcultures or communities where they can share niche passions, finding acceptance without abandoning authenticity. You might also reflect on how certain traditions carry wisdom or communal bonding, so aligning with them can be both meaningful and personally chosen. The challenge is to ensure that adherence never becomes mindless, where you float along with the cultural current without asking if it aligns with your deeper sense of self. By noticing the tension between your desire for belonging and your craving for individuality, you acknowledge the cultural conformity paradox as a natural part of social life. A balanced approach might involve thoughtfully participating in customs that enrich you, like joining family festivities that hold sentimental value, while resisting those that feel oppressive or hollow. Over time, you could discover that the most satisfying path is neither blind conformity nor automatic rebellion, but a series of deliberate choices that blend communal harmony with personal nuance. When you do conform, you do so consciously, appreciating how certain shared practices knit you into a broader tapestry. When you diverge, you do so with clarity, guided by your convictions rather than a knee-jerk defiance. Embracing this paradox as a continuous dialogue, rather than a one-time resolution, allows you to adapt gracefully in different cultural contexts while preserving your core identity, ensuring that both community and individuality can coexist in your life. Emotionally flat hedonism. A quiet malaise might emerge when you notice how chasing only moderate, consistent pleasures, such as light entertainment or small treats, can paradoxically flatten your emotional landscape, leaving you drifting between mild contentment and mild boredom without any genuine highs or lows. You might have opted for safety, avoiding intense disappointment or heartbreak by steering clear of deep commitments or ambitious dreams. Yet the paradox appears when this calculated avoidance of risk also locks you out of meaningful achievements, profound connections, or the rich emotional tapestry that can come with fully engaged living. Some people try to shake off this emotional neutrality by pursuing bigger thrills, but find themselves unprepared for the vulnerability that real passion demands. Others realize that a pattern of small, repetitive joys, like scrolling social media or watching light comedies, leaves their inner self undernourished. Perhaps you reflect on why you settled for an emotionally flat existence in the first place. Was it past hurt, fear of rejection, or a belief that intense feelings inevitably lead to chaos? If so, you might gently test your boundaries by exploring creative pursuits or deeper relationships in manageable steps, allowing room for emotional variety without plunging recklessly into chaos. By striking a balance between mild hedonism and embracing the potential for both joy and sorrow, you shift from passively content to genuinely alive. Over time, you may notice that letting yourself feel sadness or frustration in certain moments also heightens your ability to experience exhilaration or fulfillment. While it can be tempting to remain in a zone of stable, shallow pleasure, you might discover that real satisfaction arises when you invest wholeheartedly in pursuits that matter, whether it is learning a challenging skill, forming a soulful friendship, or advocating for a cause that resonates deeply. This deeper engagement can be scary, as it invites failure or heartbreak, but it also awakens parts of you that remain dormant when you settle for minimal emotional fluctuation. Recognizing emotionally flat hedonism does not require renouncing small comforts altogether. It simply invites you to weave in more authentic passion, curiosity, and even moments of pain that ultimately expand your emotional range. In doing so, you replace a quiet, safe neutrality with the richer symphony of feelings that signals a life fully lived. Inauthentic indulgence. A subtle sense of incongruity may surface when you recall moments where you felt pressured to indulge, like partaking in heavy social drinking, attending trendy events, or buying luxury items, mainly to impress peers rather than out of genuine desire. The paradox lies in how the very act that is supposed to bring joy can feel hollow if it stems from external expectations or a need to appear a certain way, leaving you with a nagging dissonance between your outward behavior and your true preferences. You might remember raising a glass at a party you did not even want to attend, or purchasing an expensive gadget that never really excited you, all to avoid seeming out of step with those around you. Over time, you might recognize that while these choices momentarily shield you from social friction, they can erode your sense of authenticity and self-trust, especially if they happen repeatedly. Some address this by practicing small acts of honesty, like politely declining an invitation that does not resonate, or resisting the temptation to show off possessions you do not truly need. Others reframe indulgence itself, focusing on what genuinely delights them, such as savoring a favorite homemade dish or exploring a hobby, rather than chasing the version of enjoyment that popular culture or a social circle glamorizes. You might also discover that the anxiety of standing out or being judged fades once you commit to authentic actions, because the people who value your company will often respect your choices, and superficial connections may naturally fall away. By stepping away from inauthentic indulgence, you reclaim agency over how you spend your time, energy, and resources. This does not mean never compromising for the sake of harmony. Sometimes you might still join a gathering to support a friend or share a unique experience. However, the key is ensuring your underlying motivation is honest rather than purely performative. Over time, you might see that aligning your outward behavior with your internal tastes and values offers a more solid kind of social acceptance. It shows you are consistent and real, making genuine bonds easier to form. By regularly checking if your indulgences come from within, you transition away from the shallow satisfaction of just fitting in, opening the door to more profound pleasure that truly resonates with who you are. The gratitude blind spot. A soft hint of oversight may appear when you realize how natural it is to fixate on what is missing, a certain promotion, relationship, or lifestyle, while barely noticing the abundance in your daily life. You could recall longing for an outcome you believed would change everything, yet once you obtained it, you quickly moved on to the next desire, neglecting to savor the fulfillment you initially craved. This paradox occurs because the human mind adapts swiftly to new circumstances, making the once yearned-for state seem normal, thereby fueling an endless loop of new wants. Some people try to counteract this by actively keeping a gratitude journal, listing even the smallest blessings, like a decent cup of coffee or a kind word from a colleague, so they do not disappear into the background. Others pause each time they accomplish something meaningful, reflecting on how their past self would have seen this moment as a dream come true. Such mindful appreciation can bring daily life into sharper relief, reminding you that the extraordinary sometimes hides in the ordinary if you stop taking it for granted. It may also help to recall what your life was like before you had the advantages, or connections you currently enjoy, reawakening the sense of wonder you felt at first. Recognizing the gratitude blind spot does not imply turning a blind eye to real challenges or larger ambitions. It simply suggests that allowing space for thankfulness can anchor you, preventing you from feeling forever behind or chronically unsatisfied. Over time, noticing the gifts within your present moment can also strengthen your resilience. When you appreciate your existing resources and support systems, you build a sturdier foundation for facing adversity because you know you are not starting from zero. You might also discover that a healthy balance between gratitude and aspiration fosters a more peaceful mindset, as you acknowledge how far you have come while still aiming to grow. Ultimately, Freeing yourself from the gratitude blind spot involves leaning into the everyday marvels that so easily fade into the background. By consciously celebrating them, you awaken a sense of contentment that does not rely solely on the next milestone, fueling a steady wellspring of positive emotion that can sustain you through life's ups and downs. Trivialization of Ritual. A faint regret might arise when you notice that once special occasions, like birthdays, holiday dinners, or annual ceremonies, have started to feel routine or even obligatory, sapped of the excitement they once held. The paradox surfaces as you recall how rituals were designed to bring meaning, unity, or reflection, yet repeated exposure or commercialization can reduce them to predictable chores. Perhaps you go through the motions each year, lighting the same decorations or repeating the same greetings, without pausing to consider their deeper significance. Over time, you might see how these occasions slip into the background, overshadowed by distractions or overshadowed by the rush to meet social expectations. If you sense that these rituals have lost their soul, you can choose to revive them by infusing personal touches, like inviting close friends to share memories at a birthday rather than hosting a large, impersonal gathering, or crafting handmade gifts that capture your authentic care instead of leaning on flashy purchases. Others look to the origin of certain cultural or family traditions, exploring how ancestors or past generations approached these rites with reverence. By weaving in historical context, you might rediscover a sense of wonder that your current environment has dulled. You can also consider simplifying the scope if you feel overwhelmed by lavish demands, focusing on a few heartfelt gestures that resonate deeply. The key is to resist the drift into autopilot, where you passively follow a script that no longer inspires you. Not everyone around you may share your renewed spirit, but you may find that your enthusiasm rekindles their interest as well, or at least grants you personal satisfaction. Recognizing the trivialization of ritual highlights that meaningful traditions do not have to be extravagant or performed on a grand scale to be significant. Instead, it is the intention, sincerity, and reflection behind each act that imbues them with power. Over time, you might build micro-rituals into your everyday life, like a quiet evening tea ritual or a monthly gratitude circle with friends, breathing life back into routine moments. In doing so, you transform your relationship with the familiar, letting simple gestures become vessels of connection and memory, instead of hollow performances that fade once the day ends. Nostalgic editing. A quiet revelation might strike you when you realize how selectively your mind recalls the past, emphasizing the warm glow of certain experiences while painting over any struggles or disappointments that were part of the same era. You might find yourself reminiscing fondly about an old job, relationship, or living situation, convinced those days were simpler or happier, only to stumble across an old journal entry or photo that reminds you of the stress or loneliness you also felt back then. The paradox emerges when you see that this editing process can rob you of a balanced perspective, causing you to yearn for times that never truly existed in the pure way you remember. Some people try to catch themselves romanticizing the past by writing more honest reflections when they are actually living through difficult times, so they can revisit them later with a fuller context. Others cultivate mindful presence in the current moment, reminding themselves that one day they might look back on right now with an idealized view, suggesting it might be worth appreciating the present for what it truly is. You might discover that confronting the complexities in your own history, acknowledging the tears alongside the laughter, frees you from chasing illusions, allowing you to craft a future informed by real lessons rather than half-remembered fantasies. Recognizing nostalgic editing does not mean rejecting nostalgia outright. It can still be comforting to recall certain highlights or lessons from the past. The key is not to let those rosy memories overshadow the full spectrum of what you experienced, or to dismiss the growth you have achieved since then. Over time, you might learn to value your entire journey, cracks and all, seeing how those challenges shaped your resilience or guided you toward better choices. This balanced remembrance can also enrich your empathy for others going through tough periods, as you recall that some of your happiest recollections coexisted with very real struggles. Ultimately, adopting a more nuanced approach to nostalgia helps you avoid pining for an imaginary golden age. Instead, you learn to honor the real joys of your past while accepting the difficulties that came with them, making space for genuine gratitude in the present and a clearer-eyed vision of the future. The learning plateau. A subtle discouragement might surface when the rapid progress you enjoyed while picking up a new skill, like a language, a musical instrument, or a sport, grinds to a halt, leaving you on a plateau where improvement seems painfully slow. You could recall how exhilarating it felt when each day brought visible milestones, but now you find yourself rehearsing the same drills with diminishing returns. The paradox arises because the same routine that once fueled your growth is no longer pushing you forward, and you might question whether you have hit a personal ceiling. Yet many people discover that these plateaus are a normal phase in mastering any craft. If you realize your practice has become mechanical, you can tweak your approach by mixing in new challenges or seeking feedback from someone more experienced. Others break the monotony by setting short-term goals, like mastering one tricky technique in 2 weeks, so they can measure small wins that rekindle motivation. You may also revisit your initial reasons for learning. Was it for pure fun, a career boost, or creative expression? And reframe your efforts to align more closely with that purpose. This fresh perspective might heighten your enthusiasm enough to carry you through the slower parts of the journey. Accepting the learning plateau as part of the process can also reduce self-criticism. It means you have moved beyond the easy gains of a beginner and are entering territory that demands deeper focus. Rather than rushing to see quick results, you might shift to a mindset that values consistent practice over immediate breakthroughs. Over time, you could even appreciate these plateaus for building patience and resilience, qualities that often transcend the specific skill you are working on. If you still feel stuck, consider experimenting with alternative learning methods, like using apps, studying under a different instructor, or practicing in diverse environments to spark new insights. Eventually, what seems like a stubborn plateau may prove to be a subtle stage of internal consolidation, where your brain organizes knowledge for the next leap in competence. By persevering through this phase, you lay down roots that allow your skill to flourish more stably in the long run, turning a frustrating standstill into an integral step on your path to mastery. The invincibility illusion. A moment of startled clarity may arise when you catch yourself acting as though you are impervious to certain risks or consequences that befall others, whether it is neglecting health precautions, driving recklessly, or assuming financial missteps will never catch up with you. You might notice that while you rationally know bad outcomes happen to people every day, you still carry on as though you have a special exemption. The paradox is that this sense of personal invincibility can deliver short-term confidence or allow you to sidestep worry. Yet it may also invite complacency, making you unprepared for challenges that inevitably emerge. Some individuals awaken from this illusion only after a harsh wake-up call, like a health scare or a near accident, realizing they have been pushing their luck more than they admitted. Others become aware by observing how unpredictable life can be for those around them, prompting a shift in perspective that leads them to take small protective measures, getting insured, saving money, or moderating high-risk behavior. You might also reflect on the line between healthy optimism and reckless denial. Having faith in yourself is commendable, but not if it blinds you to practical safeguards. By confronting the invincibility illusion before calamity strikes, you allow room for prudent planning, all without adopting a pessimistic outlook. For instance, you can believe in your ability to drive safely yet still wear a seatbelt and respect speed limits, or trust your resilience in the job market while building an emergency fund. Over time, You might find that balancing optimism with caution grants a deeper peace of mind than living on the edge, because you know you have some buffer against the unexpected. It may also help to examine the fears beneath your invincibility stance. Are you avoiding the anxiety of uncertainty, or do you equate caution with weakness? If so, acknowledging vulnerability can actually empower you to make informed choices, rather than leaving your well-being to chance. Ultimately, recognizing your shared humanity with those who have encountered setbacks fosters compassion for yourself and others, removing the harmful illusion that you alone are immune. In that space, prudent living becomes less about paranoia and more about honoring life's fragility, cherishing your days even as you take sensible steps to protect them. Privilege and apathy. A flicker of concern may arise when you notice how easy it is to remain disengaged from social or global issues if your own life runs smoothly, letting comfort breed complacency rather than empathy. You might recall shrugging off news of distant crises or local injustices, reasoning that your schedule is packed or that you cannot possibly fix the world's problems on your own. The paradox is that while privilege can provide you a buffer against certain hardships, it can also insulate you so thoroughly that you stop recognizing or responding to the struggles around you. Over time, this apathy not only undermines collective well-being but also stunts your personal growth, since empathy and meaningful contribution often expand your sense of purpose. Some individuals take a first step by educating themselves, reading diverse news sources or personal accounts of those facing challenges you do not experience, so they develop a more rounded view of reality. Others channel their resources, whether time or money, into causes that resonate with them, building a bridge between privilege and positive impact. You may also assess how your everyday actions, like purchasing choices or workplace policies, could subtly support or exacerbate inequalities. Then tweak your habits accordingly. This does not require an all-or-nothing leap into activism. Small, consistent moves can shift your perspective and gradually break the cycle of comfortable detachment. Embracing a measure of discomfort can signal growth. If you learn about the complexities behind an issue and feel stirred, that spark could lead you to volunteer, or speak up in contexts where you previously remained silent. Recognizing privilege and apathy prompts you to ask whether your life is so sheltered that you are missing opportunities to connect with the broader human family. By stepping beyond your comfort zone, you not only help others but also enrich your own empathy, humility, and sense of shared responsibility. Ultimately, letting go of apathy can transform privilege from a passive shield into an active tool for good. Instead of standing by, you choose to engage, harnessing the advantages you have, education, finances, or social networks, to champion fairness, thus weaving a more compassionate worldview into the fabric of your everyday decisions and interactions. Romanticized self-care. A mild unease can appear when you realize that social media's portrayal of self-care, luxurious spa treatments, pricey me-time retreats, and picture-perfect wellness routines may not match the actual needs of your mind and body. Perhaps you tried replicating these polished scenes, expecting to feel renewed, but you ended up exhausted by the cost or planning, with only superficial comfort to show for it. The paradox arises when the pursuit of a glamorous self-care regimen itself becomes another source of stress, diverting you from more practical or meaningful forms of renewal. Some people address this by redefining self-care on their own terms, emphasizing consistent sleep, balanced nutrition, supportive relationships, or even regular therapy sessions if that is what fosters their true well-being. Others discover small daily habits, like a quiet walk or 10 minutes of journaling, that soothe and center them more effectively than a social media-worthy spa day could. You might also consider the deeper reasons behind your fatigue or anxiety. Do you need to set clearer boundaries with work, have honest conversations with loved ones, or take steps toward a major life change? These actions can feel less photogenic or relaxing, but they often prove more healing in the long run. Recognizing romanticized self-care helps you see that recharging is not always about pampering. It can be about self-discipline, self-awareness, and the willingness to tackle underlying issues. Over time, you might notice you get more out of a heartfelt chat with a friend or a few minutes in nature than from an expensive, meticulously curated self-care package that leaves you feeling the same emptiness afterward. Rather than condemning all indulgent activities, you refine your approach so that occasional treats become genuine delights rather than a bandage for deeper problems. You come to understand that real self-care often involves a balance between gentle indulgences, healthy habits, and courageous self-reflection. By adopting this perspective, you free yourself from the pressure to perform wellness according to external standards. Instead, you develop a personalized routine grounded in what nourishes your unique spirit and circumstances. This shift can replace superficial striving with authenticity, granting you a steadier sense of peace that does not rely on constant affirmation or curated images, but thrives on honest self-knowledge and consistent nurturing of your mind, body, and soul. Paradox of choice exit. A slow ripple of relief might spread through you when you discover that intentionally removing certain options, like unsubscribing from promotional emails, removing seldom used apps, or setting firm boundaries on which commitments you will entertain, can free your mind more than clinging to every possibility. The paradox emerges because the conventional wisdom says more choice fosters liberation. Yet you may realize that with fewer paths to consider, you feel a clearer sense of direction and less anxiety. You might recall a time you decided not to keep multiple job offers open indefinitely, instead following your gut to pick one, finding a sense of calm once the endless back and forth ended. By embracing a form of choice exit, you liberate yourself from the treadmill of continuous deliberation, making space for genuine engagement with the decisions you have already made. Some accomplish this by setting non-negotiable rules, like a monthly budget cap that automatically filters out expensive options, or scheduling weekly sessions to prune digital clutter so that your attention does not get siphoned away by irrelevant pings. Others reflect on the difference between feasible opportunities and pipe dreams, respectfully acknowledging what does not align with their priorities. If you struggle with the fear of missing out, you can remind yourself that the energy you save by not chasing every lead can be reinvested in enhancing the quality of your chosen path. Over time, practicing paradox of choice exit demonstrates that willfully letting go of certain routes can be a powerful act of self-determination rather than a loss. It does not mean you never revisit a decision if new facts emerge, but it does spare you from perpetual second-guessing that can corrode your peace of mind. You might also notice how your relationships improve when you apply this principle in social contexts, like choosing a circle of meaningful connections over trying to keep up with a huge but shallow network. Ultimately, reducing the noise of infinite options illuminates what truly matters, allowing you to focus on the people, and pursuits that resonate most. This clarity transforms your daily routine from a frantic attempt to cover all bases into a deliberate practice of nurturing what you have committed to, leading to deeper fulfillment and the freedom to evolve with fewer distractions. The helper's high limit. A tender kind of confusion might arise when you notice that, despite your best intentions to support or assist others, you are teetering on the edge of exhaustion or bitterness because you have gone far beyond your capacity. You may remember the initial glow of satisfaction when you stepped in to help someone move, took on extra responsibilities at work to lighten a colleague's load, or volunteered for yet another community project. The paradox emerges when you see that, while giving can provide an emotional high, overextending out of habit can erode your well-being, leaving you depleted and less able to continue helping in the long run. Some individuals learn to define clear boundaries around their generosity, recognizing that saying no occasionally might preserve the quality of the yes answers they do provide. Others experiment with balancing direct aid, like giving money or time to a cause, with quieter forms of help, such as offering emotional support or referrals to resources, ensuring they are not the sole lifeline for everyone around them. You might also reflect on whether your identity has become entwined with always being the helper, making it difficult to acknowledge when you need rest or assistance yourself. By spotting the helper's high limit, you gain permission to acknowledge your own limits without feeling guilty. Indeed, protecting your energy can lead to more thoughtful, sustainable contributions that have a lasting impact. Over time, you might discover that you can remain compassionate while still honoring the reality that you are one person with finite resources. Learning to step back sometimes can even empower those you assist, allowing them to find other solutions or develop their own resilience. This shift does not diminish the empathy and kindness fueling your desire to give. It simply places them in a context that respects both you and the people you care about. Ultimately, pacing your generosity fosters a healthier cycle of giving and renewal. You keep the warmth of altruism alive without sliding into martyrdom or burnout, thereby ensuring that your acts of kindness stay genuine and that you continue to function as a beacon of support rather than a cautionary tale of self-sacrifice gone too far. Bridging desire and guilt. A faint uneasiness may blossom when you reflect on those private indulgences you keep hidden, perhaps sneaking snacks late at night, buying little luxuries you claim not to afford, or enjoying entertainment you publicly critique, and realize they generate a lingering guilt that overshadows any pleasure. The paradox emerges because these small acts are supposed to bring relief or delight. Yet the secrecy and inner conflict imply that you cannot wholeheartedly enjoy them. You might recall telling yourself you deserve a treat after a tough day, only to battle shame in the aftermath, creating a cycle where the guilt spurs more clandestine desires. Some people approach this issue by bringing their hidden wants into the open, asking why they feel compelled to conceal them in the first place. If it is about social judgment, maybe you can redefine your priorities, embracing what genuinely soothes you rather than living under others' expectations. If it is about personal standards, you might examine how rigid or unrealistic they are. Others learn to incorporate these pleasures in moderation, like a small daily indulgence or a set shopping budget, so they do not accumulate into an all-or-nothing scenario that triggers guilt. In bridging desire and guilt, you shift from feeling split between craving and regret to a space of permission that includes self-awareness and accountability. You accept that craving some fun or comfort is part of being human, but you also keep it in perspective to avoid overshadowing other goals or values. Over time, you may discover that acknowledging and planning for these desires reduces the secrecy that fuels shame. For instance, if you budget a monthly allowance for personal treats, you can savor them without sneaking or self-loathing. Or if you discuss your late-night snack habit with a friend who shares the same quirk, you might feel less isolated and even find healthier alternatives. This transformation from stealthy indulgence to conscious enjoyment can free up mental energy and emotional space that guilt once occupied. By owning both your desires and your limits, you build a more integrated sense of self, one where fleeting pleasures are enjoyed with clarity rather than weighed down by hidden remorse, allowing you to navigate the interplay between craving and responsibility with greater ease. The ephemeral nature of euphoria. A subtle wave of acceptance may flow through you when you notice that every intense joy you experience, like the high of a life-changing event, a euphoric concert, or a thrilling personal victory, eventually dissolves back into your everyday emotional baseline. You might remember how exhilarating it felt when you first fell in love, landed a dream job, or achieved a significant milestone, only to find that the sustained bliss you envisioned faded more quickly than you anticipated. The paradox arises because while these peak moments can be life-affirming, relying on them to maintain a constant state of euphoria sets you up for disappointment once reality reasserts itself. Some individuals ease this tension by practicing gratitude for each surge of happiness, relishing the memories without insisting that the high persist indefinitely. Others reflect on the cyclical nature of emotions, recognizing that the same rhythm that ends euphoria also pulls them out of deep lows. You might discover that placing too much emphasis on a single joyous occasion can overshadow the gentler pleasures that come with normal daily rhythms. By embracing the ephemeral nature of euphoria, you allow your life to unfold in a balanced way, understanding that highs are precious partly because they are fleeting. This mindset can also encourage you to invest in habits and relationships that bring steady contentment rather than an endless chase for peak sensations. Whether it is developing a creative practice, nurturing a supportive social circle, or cultivating mindfulness, these ongoing engagements often provide a quiet sense of well-being that, while less dramatic than euphoria, stands a better chance of enduring. Over time, you might see that letting go of the need for permanent elation can help you remain open to future highs without feeling devastated when they pass. Indeed, anticipating that the next wave of joy will come in its own time can relieve pressure and deepen your appreciation for the subtle range of emotions that fill your days. In this way, acknowledging the transience of euphoria does not diminish life's vibrancy. Instead, it highlights every joyful peak as a vivid gift, one that complements the richness and complexity of the broader human experience, reminding you that a fulfilling life need not revolve solely around chasing unending bliss.